I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also a larceny detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you respond to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe for us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street, just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there, and I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreau.
Okay. After speaking with Brandon Boudreau for a while, did you go look
Yeah, the victim.
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay. When you went up to the Tesla, can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up. All the doors were shut. And I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
Which is not surprising.
Enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 26. I'll pull it out a little. Is this what you saw?
Yes, I did, exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreau, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
Yeah, because that's a very strange and specific thing to say.
Bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
Definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or
No, you would be able to tell.
Paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Even a 22, you'd be able to tell a difference.
Like you hadn't seen that before you pointing it out.
Oh, that's correct. Yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you in fact ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car.
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory of where the bullet. So
Yeah.
I could think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that? Bullet?
Because it's a straight, it's a solid object. Yeah.
What was the way it was, traveling in the car? To see if I can.
Yep. So you'd at least be able to create a cone
That there's this
of like, depending on where the angle is.
of the,
We can figure out the actual angle too.
did you
A little bit easier.
go back to your vehicle to do anything?
This is a rough one.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole. And we do have a crime here. So I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes,
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well, to document what you were seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my police, we have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said no. What occurred was, as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens. And that's when he said that.
Is that true though?
On the
I don't think that's true.
right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the passenger, or the driver's window just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was
What the fuck?
where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
Okay, so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. When you first contacted Brandon initially in the street to the time when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor over that time span, from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of.
I'm still
bewildered.
confused.
He didn't know what exactly happened.
Me too.
He was very quiet and concerned.
Same.
And didn't know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened.
I don't know why I went here.
You know, this car, this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's like, he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
Right.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down.
Okay.
I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
The description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang from that. After that happened, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound, and if we could see that, it was that would be kind of the south side. It was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him. And he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped. Because and called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4-door?
It was a 2-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked
There we
about
go.
the
We're good
type
now.
of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes,
It's stronger. Okay.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started making that left he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
Damn. Okay.
And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west.
Understandably so.
Now, Detective, you told us obviously you've been a law enforcement retired officer for more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a
Okay.
shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have
Okay.
a bolt action
I like
rifle,
that she's on the stand.
it's good. You need to manually
Being the one that's talking about it right now. Yeah.
the
Yep.
casing.
You have to relieve the pressure.
eject,
Yeah.
And you would put another.
You would
bolt,
rack,
or
yep.
you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go.
Okay, we almost had him.
Based upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up,
Small items.
the rest of the rifle's inside the Jeep. So wherever that person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's 2-door, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because it's a long rifle. So the casing, if it was a semi-auto, it's going to have fallen right there somewhere, the driver's seat or maybe in between the passenger seat in that area.
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find a casing because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order
Okay.
to open that back window, do you have to remove the rear tire? If you want to just open the window? And leave-
Yes, I mean, even if you
Okay.
don't have a rear tire, you got to open up the tailgate.
Right.
Tailgate comes first,
Yeah.
then the window would pop up.
Yeah, because you have to, and the way they're set up. Oh, hi, Nikki. How are you? How are you doing today? How's work been?
Would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it would. Okay, okay.
After, I guess, as you are collecting this information, did you call to have?
So you're watching live
arrive at the scene?
Lori Daybell's
Yes,
trial.
contacted my
It's
sergeant.
the new trial.
What I had, and the detectives.
Another conspiracy for murder. To murder.
Now, while you were sort of the person who was having contact with Brandon, and you're observing him having to sit down and shaking.
You got this. It's
you,
okay. Right. You're almost home.
needed someone to
To be
come
honest. Yes, thank you. So
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water.
you know what? You know what? I think that's what you should do when you get home.
Or a friend that
I'm gonna
could
say
be
it.
with him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
You're doing your best. No one can expect more than you reasonably. Yeah.
This
Yeah, I would
investigation
agree.
Going on once you realized.
You
that
got this.
it was really a bullet hole was, we see some yellow.
Because yes, you got like what, an hour? You have like an hour, and then you can go home. You can get really, really stoned, and then just curl into bed, put the stream on, and just watch from and chill. I try to remind myself that everyone makes that clear.
Anybody cannot
I know.
get into that area.
And the brain speaks louder, but it's also wrong. So
People
go
come
home
and
and
go in.
dab here soon now.
In fact,
We do love the fuck out of you.
sort of arrived while he was initially here, and he was kind of.
You got this. I'm gonna be here, so if you need anything, I'm
So
here.
you can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon.
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some calls?
Yes, I had contact with him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit
Yes,
on the-
you go get to it. We're gonna be here. I promise. Do not worry.
Before he went across the street.
Okay, shit.
Did you
I think we
try to, or did you talk to Brandon
In.
about
killed that.
who he thought might have been responsible for this?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
Got enemies. Got a lot of enemies.
Talk to you about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives.
And enemies.
The door comes open and.
Got a lot of enemies.
Were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Right, because the implication is that you're doing it out the back of a Jeep,
Seemed to be ex-wife.
drop the window down, and stick the barrel out.
Did he tell you that
Jesus
this
Christ.
might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
During your conversation later with Brandon, did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so he isn't
That's significant to you,
killed.
given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates.
Okay.
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility 2 and 2 together.
Right, she's a smart lady. She's pulling out the math. Yep.
Was that all?
I like her.
You were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Ooh, that.
Did you talk to Brandon about
Okay,
the time
okay.
he moved into this residence? How long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd was a Wednesday,
Interesting.
right?
Yeah,
Did he tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
that is correct. He's moving in Wednesday,
It's
Thursday.
okay. I know. So you lurk away. I know you're chilling around watching the bizarre stuff for the bizarre.
Physically moving into this house.
That is correct,
Good.
yes.
Did you go
Lurk away. I'm trying to get Mac to work.
Brandon's morning routine on that?
I don't
day,
know, though.
October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes,
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until
We could do
I
that.
left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body?
Not ideal
Yes, I
for
was.
this, but
So was that also recording?
poison helps.
You told us that at some point Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene.
Yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes,
Did you, at some point, talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Yes, I did.
I don't think we can do anything. I don't think we just saw the econ. Okay, now is Lori gonna have any questions? Because she didn't last time. Anything at all? Any questions? Because this she needs to push back on this, because this really kind of picks apart a lot of like what they claimed happened. Like, especially with like her being a Jeep owner as well. So, ooh, they had toxic flame. That's rough. That's what we need, honestly.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is
retired?
fine.
Okay.
And she's so loud. Why?
Officer Rob,
Really? Why are you so loud?
when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah.
maybe 2, 3 feet, maybe?
Okay. So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes.
we
Roughly
can
maybe a couple
Get it
feet
to gold.
east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay. And then where did you park when you drove up? Across?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street, and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell
Okay.
me what was happening.
Okay, so you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes,
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
now, when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening,
Yep.
he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the at the Tesla?
I could give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile, and I was looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in, so I could figure out
Double
where in the
slow.
vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like to see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Did
believe
that do
that.
anything to dislodge any of the projectiles
No.
or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
No, because there wouldn't be
Find
any stuck in there.
large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct. No, I did not.
Someone did that later?
I don't know.
Okay. And so did you figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I could see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where
Okay.
the driver would have been and his head would have been right here.
Okay, okay, yep, yep, yep.
The bullet
Life steal
hole
kick in, please. Carry us.
maybe
Carry us, life steal,
inch and a half to
please.
2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in
Oh, they hit the
driver's
carpet.
seat.
No,
And
no.
it went up and
We're close.
kind of an upward motion into the frame of the car,
In an upward motion?
kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
I did not measure it, but it was definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay.
I'm so glad that she took a really good guess at that.
So did you
Actually.
give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, what you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was, where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
Right.
And then, did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat, is that correct? The back door
Yes,
to the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
no.
How about glass?
Which glass, in the back seat or in the back of the back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just, was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No,
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
I don't know if that was part of her job.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't recall that.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had
Which
not
still
been
doesn't
moved at
make
all?
sense.
It has not.
And did you move it at
To
all?
my brain, it just doesn't make sense.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
Was it
Over
basically
or-
intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a what is that, a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
It
So
looked like it
assume,
stopped inside the frame.
yeah, it'd be in the frame of the vehicle, right?
Assessing?
Possibility, yes.
I don't like,
And you had
that
said
wasn't a
before
solid question, but I
that
get
it
it.
might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
Go, there we go, we're good now.
Indicate to you
I'm gonna
about
say, I
seeing
just
a little
needed to
boy?
get a couple crits going.
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was
Takes
possibly
about
a
7
small
seconds.
gun.
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
I'll see if I saw anything inside a projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Don't believe the crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
Okay, but he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that. I don't know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
Not likely, though.
Did Brandon go from where the Tesla
Of course, she's not
was
gonna ask the likeliness of that.
back and forth? Or,
I believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that
To be
side.
fair, she just has to poke holes for doubt. That's all.
initially, he was standing in the street.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him?
Oh, hi, Brain.
He's
How are you?
standing out in the middle of the
Hopefully, you're
street.
doing well.
Someone could come back
You've been
around.
sleeping better. I know there was a point where you were struggling sleeping. Okay.
Sustained.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a fair objection. She was getting into
You had
speculation
stated that
territory.
Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was, is
Ooh, I know that feeling.
that what word you used?
Yes.
You know that feeling. I'm so
He
sorry.
described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
Crit base.
Correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then did he go and get his phone and show you a color of a green and said camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me. He was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at, and he said camel green.
Okay. So, but you
I'm
saw
so
the
sorry. It
picture of
is
the camo
Monday,
green that he was
but
showing
that means
to
I didn't
Officer
miss
I don't,
crash day.
But you heard him say the word camo green.
that is correct.
Okay. And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is
correct?
correct, yes.
Okay. If there
Ooh,
was
this is a tough
silencer,
bill
would
to go
there be
against.
a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know a silencer on a rifle. I have no idea. I've never heard a silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle, so I don't know how loud or how quiet it
I
was.
think that's fair because
And so
there
if
still
you're
has to be
inside
a
car,
spot that
nice
gas
car, right? Like a
that's
Tesla,
trapped it would
all
have
the
to
windows are
escape.
shut, the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on. You might not even hear a loud, but I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Again, to speculation.
Yeah, that is definitely speculation.
She testified she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection is sustained.
Yeah, yeah. You can't press on something that she has already stated that she can't like confirm nor deny. Okay.
Estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes,
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet?
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, stand your ground,
It
Queen.
stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No.
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes?
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe 2.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
Right.
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his 2 friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something about, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance.
Okay.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
Yeah, because to see if she saw anything.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
Good on her, like specifying what she said.
I assume so, yes.
Okay.
Because like that could be twisted around. Lori could easily twist that around on her. This sweet lady.
You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
When I initially arrived,
No, after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I don't think I need double damage. 50 damage.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. She's just gonna look at it, right?
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is the neighbor that you talked to's name Samantha Baybuck?
Raybuck,
Oh,
yes.
Raybuck. Okay, I must have that wrong. And did she convey to you,
Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going. Sustain.
did you learn that someone in the neighborhood thought there was a dark blue
Object
Jeep?
again to hearsay.
Sustain.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
Don't even start. Don't start.
Give me any
love
information
you.
on that. What, I'm sorry, I
It
don't
does
understand your question.
start.
Did you use any of the any information that you received from Samantha Raybuck in your investigation?
I gave that information to the
I'm just
detective.
messing. They put the cap
That
up.
was Detective Pillar?
I don't remember which, there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Listen to your little shit. There you go. Hey, yeah. Brain dishing it back.
Kind of go to the case agent.
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No,
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything? So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
it submitted it and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay.
I think I need runic.
And in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not sure about that.
That's also. It's interesting that she's like giggling about it. What? Like it's like the Burger King order all over again. Like what is so funny to you?
Memory by looking at your report.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm glad that they established that because she just kind of started looking at it out of nowhere, and they had kind of moved past why she was looking at her notes for a second. Okay, we should be good once it kicks in here. Yeah. We're not going to talk about the fact that I just out life stealed 300 fucking like a lot of damage. 2k damage. They healed for 2k. $640.
Green, I don't believe
Like-
it's pukey green.
Dude, I'm sorry. It's so funny that she had to relook over her notes to see about the pukey green.
Brandon heard about
That's so funny.
I'll sustain, you can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard a loud bang was Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun, is that correct?
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Oh, look.
You were talking to Brandon, and he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you are the first officer on scene, did
Yeah,
it become
I need his
clear
skill.
to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
Interesting.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
Even better.
That is correct.
Even better.
So was Brandon
So
able to
much
tell
better.
you- Turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up.
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes,
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
that is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered,
That is correct.
and that after that, he went straight.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler,
Yes,
2 doors,
yes,
that it has that Texas license.
The double
plate on it,
door.
that's correct.
The direction and location where it was parked.
Yes,
The double door to his death. We'll just do
Did he tell
regen.
you that his car was still moving?
I'm sorry, I
when the
shouldn't.
bullet
He
struck
lived,
his car?
by the way. He lived. So that's why I made that joke.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
that is correct.
That's what they go. Oh, you know, we all got our nicknames for a reason, you know.
Anyone, Brandon or anyone.
I thought it was revolving door. I would have figured, but you know, that was my ex's.
Other officers that were there cleared the
Okay, come
house.
on, give me to my
Going
1
to
second.
clear
There
the
we go.
house, Yes,
You just didn't
And chill.
participate in that.
that's correct.
What does it mean to clear the
Hey,
house?
I'll do this.
It's a possibility, they were thinking there could be
No.
somebody in the house.
No,
and
I
they
don't
cleared the
feel that's
house. They're
crazy.
actually searching room to room in the.
Yeah, it's hard to beat 1,000 stars to the bird.
Did Brandon?
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's fitting then. All right, all right. I see where you're coming. Rebuild your streak, yes. Okay, look. I know. I'm sorry. Okay, I fucked up on that part. I will admit that.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up?
Ooh,
and-
do I do haste or burn? Solar.
And
What do you
then
think?
as you walked
I know.
up to him,
I know you are.
sort of
But
take
it'll
off
be
the
easy for you to
sidewalk.
build your streak
yes,
back up.
started
I promise.
letting you know what's going on, and then.
I'm
yeah, I
at home a
you
lot
know,
right now,
on the sidewalk
so.
Myself,
To kind of just had him follow you up there.
yes,
What do you think?
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
that is correct.
Okay. In terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla, was it just a little more than the width of the driveway, basically? I'm gonna put up Exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about, the Jeep is here, right?
Sorry, I
That
picked
is
up.
correct, yes.
And this is Brandon,
We're doing a late stream on Thursday. Sorry. Haste, a magic carpet? Yes.
and so the distance.
A magic
between
carpet. Yep.
The end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where.
Oh
that
my God.
Driveway to where the cone was?
That's
Don't
correct.
get me wrong. UV reactive shit is awesome, but you know what? I'm not the one that can pass any judgment on your financial decisions. It's not me any. You know that you got someone that in real time can give you that. So.
You were not
Yes.
responsible
Speeds
for
up 2 items.
searching the distance of
Oh,
where Brandon
yes.
he had
Oh.
driven or where he had seen the vehicle.
Thank you, Solar. That's so smart. We just do
Some point
this.
During this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back on to my routine patrol, yes.
No, if you budgeted for it, I don't blame you. By all means. Budget away, especially if you're budgeting. I fully support that shit.
Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward.
I just wanted to see if I could get something better for money. Need your skill, please, friend. Weapons deal double crit damage, please. Where is it? Oh. Okay, so this gives like a little bit more detail on how the enchantments are like used, right? Is what I'm gathering from this. Okay. Okay, thank you. Sweet. Because I do look at like that shit. Like I'm like, what's the best option for this? Right? But like I don't. It's hard to tell because how to bizarre just. Nah, I think I need to keep as much as I want Venom. I don't think it's worth. Hold on to it though. Yes, go lyric, adult away. We're gonna be here covering true crime. So Nikki's home and back to more crime stuff. Good. Do not worry. But yes, I'm glad that you were able to budget for it. Don't get me wrong. So I'm glad. That's good. Makes me a little bit better to hear about it. I get less likely to pass judgment. Sure then. And like if you didn't spend over what you budget or what you planned on spending, I did the same thing with the oddities though. It's like I budgeted about $60, $75, where I was like, you know what, this is what I can spend. And sure, I'll feel a little tight for like a couple of weeks, but it's fine. You know, it's worth it. This is what I wanted. So. Okay, I do have my volume up. Okay, they're muted.
Well, would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Actually be, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question?
You know what?
No, you're right.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
We're looking for just improvement
It would
shit.
be also, it would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a
With the
rest
rifle and
where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's no, when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump.
yeah,
If you're doing it freehand,
that's really hard to
then a lot of
do.
times the gun will, it will kind of go up the recoil and your gun would kind of go,
Shoot up, yep.
in an upward
up.
direction.
Sometimes the left or right, but like up, like always up though, like to some degree up.
Is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform,
That's incredibly difficult.
rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target?
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair and miss its actual target.
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess for about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Boost it. Sure, we boost it. Hell yeah. All right, we're on a short break, which is good because I can go potty. We can just hang out and chat for a bit. See how we do here. Can we keep up with the? Can our life still keep up? We're at 1 second now. 800 plus burn now. But yeah, when it gets to like 1,000 passive damage, tick damage, yeah, it's really hard to. Damn, they threw some really fucking good build at us. That was such a freeze heavy build. That was good though. I mean, like that was a much better Mac run. Okay, let me go pee real quick, and we'll smoke and. Let's try and see what else we can do. Do something other than like a crit build, crit driven build. We'll do it heavy. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go Viper. Sure. Viper's gonna be the smart one.
Nights of some delicate liquor swimming. My kind of intelligent thinking women fly by with their nevertheless teeth grinning. My, I ain't messing with these decisions. 10 ply to the one shit smirk. Send vibes like a guy is just a big jerk. Blend rhymes, it's kinda my style. He kinda profiled and wild, toe vibrant. Smoke haze from the loud bag. Bro, days are over, no way he roaming with a cold face and a brown bag. And I ain't trying to be on nothing except if we be running no heft when I be starting to weight lifted accordingly. It's a shape-shifting performance. I play frisky. Straight whiskey and orange peel.
We'll do that for now. We'll do that.
I gotta admit, it feels kinda nice seeing you fucked up like you fucked up my life. You thought you'd get away without paying the price, but now you got your own concrete paradise. Nice.
We should have got Philosopher's Stone, but or whatever. But it's all right. Much rather not. Like I would rather just not worry about it. At least right now. Trying to make that work financially. Okay. So, yeah. Because we got like plenty of poison going. And scaling poison. So. Good start. For day one, you know? Yeah. We're gonna level up. Mortar will be handy. Interesting. You know what? I'm not surprised because I would imagine they had to have figured out a way to add better hardware within that Switch. Like, mostly because one, emulated Breath of the Wild was so much better, and like I didn't play a whole lot of the game, but I did play enough to get the vibe of like how that game runs as like on the Switch and the difference in that shit. It is definitely a difference. And it's good to see that is still an improvement. My bad, chat. It's not as fast, but the scaling is better. Yeah, we'll take it. Like I said though, I'm genuinely super glad that that's running like substantially better. Okay, so we have each day we get 3 gold. We spend 3 gold to get a chunk of lead. And okay, so that let's start. Oh, we get a catalyst. Okay. I think we do retort. I think the scaling for poison will be better than lifesteal scaling. Like, we're trying to avoid lifesteal. Mostly just because that's a build that I can kind of work with. So I'm trying to figure out different ones. Because, you know, I was told that Mac feels broken. And I'm curious to see where that's coming from, for sure. Especially after like last. Yeah. Might as well actually test it out. All right, in case we hold on to it. For at least for the time being, right now, while we sell gumballs, we still got a little bit before level up, so. I actually don't need to transform anything on weapon. Of course, of course. This is why we decided to stick with the retort, with upgrading retort. Literally that. We were meant to get that. We'll just do Road Strapper. We're getting close to Nikki time. The bestie time. Okay. I think we just take regen, even that out. Now instead of 2, it's 3. I think we'll wait on that. Here, we'll do mortar. This mortar might be a good anchor for right now, and we can always transform it later. Okay.
Want me to just go up there? Or you got to call me again.
Yeah, why don't you come back up?
No way I can afford that.
minutes. All right, thank you. The jury is now present. The parties are present. We'll resume the direct examination that was started with this witness, Mr. Pilar, Detective Pilar, on, I always say your name wrong, Pillar. I have a mental block. That was started on Friday afternoon, so go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So
Okay, let's see.
last Friday when we broke.
We have some
discussed
looking to
how
do.
You have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct,
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
And you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes,
I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
correct.
So next I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence, and let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure its integrity?
So just as a refresher, GSR kit are individual tube-like collection kits, about, again, the size of a shotgun shell. Once you use the adhesive to collect the areas where you believe GSR exists, you put the adhesive side within that tube again, facing inwards, twist it and seal it, and then you would use something called an integrity seal, which is a fancy name for a sticker. A sticker that you put on there to provide the location, your initials, and the date of collection.
And is that put in any type of bag then and sealed?
Yes, once the GSR is collected, then it is then sealed in a vacuum sealed type bag.
So the package themselves have a sticker around it that tells you where it's collected from.
Yes,
Right, they're pretty meticulous about that, right?
Vials are put into.
You can't be the only one that
bag that itself.
finds it very strange.
So when the person.
This is like a focus.
is Performing any analysis on it.
I mean, to really establish this.
correct,
And if those seals were broken, they would know that someone else had been in it.
correct.
Okay. You had talked to us about the DNA collection, the Q-tips on the longer sticks, so to speak, being put into boxes. Can you tell us how those are packaged and sealed to ensure the integrity?
So the collection Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as again, they go, the dry collection and the wet collection of the same area that was swabbed get put into a small cardboard box, a very small cardboard box that actually has a breathable hole. That is sealed, but then that collection then gets placed into a paper envelope, which is then also sealed with an integrity seal, and the location, initials, and date are put on that envelope. And let me back up, I apologize. The box that the item is, the Q-tips are placed in, that's also notated with the report number and the location of collection prior to it then going into the envelope, which again has all the additional information and integrity seal.
So, again, for the DNA swabs, if someone testified that the seals were all intact, then that would indicate no one else had been in there since that was done.
Correct.
Are those items, so for like the GSR, the tape put around the vial, is that done at the scene right after that is collected?
Yes, immediately upon collection, you seal the item that you collected, and then again, then you're going to take off that second pair of gloves that I explained on Friday, and then you put on a fresh pair of gloves.
Oh, just get stronger poison. Okay.
Location.
Not gonna upgrade it
On this case, we're
anymore.
talking about collecting this
The
evidence
scales regardless.
from another state, in Rexburg, Idaho. Were all of these items that were collected as you processed the Jeep packaged, for instance, for the GSR, into their vials with the tape on it, and then those vials put into plastic bags and sealed there in Rexburg?
The vials were placed into the plastic bags and sealed, as well as the DNA kits, and then those are all collected, but they are not administratively impounded yet because we have not returned to our property and evidence building.
So the integrity seals are put on in Rexburg, Idaho, though.
Correct.
Now, we talked about impounding. For the police department, for the Gilbert Police Department, does each item of evidence have its own unique identification number?
Every item that goes into our property and evidence building,
Probably lose this, but that's okay.
unique number with the associated report number.
We'll see.
Is that something that you guys make up, or is it just automatically created when you are actually impounding the evidence?
It is created when you are impounding the evidence through our report management system. So essentially entering the information into the computer, it assigns a number, and ultimately an identifying barcode that goes with it.
I don't know if heavy floor spike's gonna work for us.
About swabs that were sent to Mesa Police Department, or a blood blot that was sent there, and some numbers were read off. Those are just numbers generated as part of your impound process.
Correct.
But the protection and the integrity is what you
It's okay, though.
or crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2019. Did you go to Rexburg, Idaho to process a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate, or a Texas license plate, LWD0997?
Yes.
Were you working with crime scene specialist Tammy Lashek?
I was.
We also have heard from Tom Olzak. Did he go up with you as well?
He was up there with us as well, yes.
When you got to Rexburg, I think you had testified previously, albeit I'm not sure at this point, that the Jeep was impounded in an inside facility.
Yes, as a refresher, Rexburg Police Department located and impounded the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate on November 6th. And we arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Lashik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
And was it impounded the 4th or the 6th? November
I'm sorry,
4th?
the 4th. And that Jeep was taken to a private evidence building for the Rexburg Police Department.
That's kind of an important thing now that you
When you went there,
phrase that properly.
was there a Rexburg officer at the time, a Detective Ray Hermosillo, with you to execute that search warrant?
Yes,
Did the Jeep itself have all kinds of integrity tape on the doors?
yes, all the doors had integrity stickers on them as well on the Jeep, to just show that it had not actually been physically accessed since it was impounded.
Your Honor, the
Listen, I am
shown the defendant exhibit
Interesting.
58 through 68, if I can have my paralegal approach with those.
sorry. I'm waiting to listen to him speak, and I was trying to figure out my order. Order operations.
Do you recognize those as photographs?
Got some money to
taken
spare.
On November 18th in Rexburg, Idaho, while you were processing both the inside and outside of the 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates LWD 0997?
Yes,
And those are photographs of the Jeep that the Chandler Police Department had also provided you photographs with from July 11th of 2019?
correct,
And that's a Jeep that was associated to Lori Vallow.
correct.
State will move to admit 48 through 68.
Any objection?
No objection.
48 through 68 are admitted.
Come on.
So when we see Exhibit 48, is this sort of a beginning photo to let us know, again, the sort of case number that we would see on the items of evidence that were impounded with this case, as well as to document when this process began?
Correct.
What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe this closer up picture.
Oh, hey, look who's back.
Ice back and off work. We're next to work.
Hey, are you home now?
Reveal your rectum. Let us see that.
You're just heading home.
Pictures, but those are
I
evidence.
appreciate you.
seals.
21 months,
So-
20 months, months subbed. Crazy. I appreciate it. Seriously. Love your face so much, bestie.
Again, you can't access that vehicle without damaging those.
Also, about to drive home now. I'm still, I was still impressed by the movie series last night.
50.
Actually, quite good.
Does that again show some of those seals?
Yes.
Had some, add some
You
shit up
also
its sleeve.
heard and
you know?
seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes.
Was that associated to Texas?
Yes, it is.
No, I need that big of a weapon.
51, is that sort of?
Okay,
showing
you
us
drive
the
home.
seals
We'll
of the
be
vehicle
here.
is,
I'm not going
still in that
anywhere.
same shape
Got no
that
reason
was
to.
impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been.
Oh no, that's.
Exhibit
I apologize for that.
52.
That's my bad.
You see on this, the tinting on this vehicle.
Yes.
My
Were you
bad.
able to see into the vehicle
No, not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
with a flashlight?
Yes.
Exhibit 53, closer up of the seals and the tinting on that window.
Very dark.
Just
Now,
drive
the time
home.
when this
We'll be
Jeep
here.
was
We can chat more when you get home.
Was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Right, so they would have had that wheel off or take it off.
Rear window, the tire.
It was scary.
Yes.
Oh, kept seeing. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That would have an eerie feeling to it, yeah.
Seals in 56.
I think
57 is that.
the movie really like it. I actually don't like. At first, I was like, man, I really don't know how I feel about this. But the movie really relied on trying to build tension in short, like very short instances. And I think it did it better in the second one than it did the first one. Where it would build this tension and then rely on like a jump scare, like a startle. And it's like, that's great. If you're building the tension and you get people to like really sink their teeth in for a second, you can get them, you can catch them. But like, you got to get me to invest a little bit. It was like one of those things where it was like, I was waiting and I was actually way more impressed after the fact when I was like thinking about it. I'm like, man, that's actually pretty good on the fucking side of the tension building.
Be open without
I was thoroughly impressed.
the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of better word, door here.
Right. You would,
Tailgate.
Yes.
of course.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you talk with Ms. Lashik about
Yeah,
where
yeah.
you'd like to collect
There wasn't-
the gunshot residue?
It was a lot more like collected. It just didn't feel like it was all over the place. But I think that that's because the first one really set in, like and established what it kind of was, because we had at least an idea of like what the thing was, and then making it a series. They do that for the first one. I told you the story. Yep, exactly. You and I are on the same page. Yeah. They had established like that groundwork. So I'm curious if they'll ever make a third one.
So based upon.
I doubt it.
Where
but-
did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
You know,
I described to Ms. Lashik what I
this
was
is what we need to
and
upgrade.
I wanted to focus.
That gives us
primarily
4
on
instead of
GSR
2.
collection To be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present. So around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations?
Yeah.
The passenger and driver's side,
Yeah, they'll just have to pick. They can easily do it. They can easily do it, but it like also is kind of not easy.
the hard top of that Jeep.
Yes.
Like the whole crowd making it. The whole crowd makes it to where we like they have a pick of the litter kind of, but we're also like. I'm also curious on if they can incorporate more than just one person, but still have it like not be all over the place.
GSR. Gunshot residue.
Like I think that the flow from 1 to 2 was really, really good. And it had like a really good string to it that it took a second for me to catch it. And I was like, oh fuck. Okay. All right. Yeah. You know, the whole Lewis thread. It took me forever to figure that out. Okay. So
I put up
Plague
63
Glaive
so
needs to
about-
rock fat.
When this Jeep was
Got it.
impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes.
So.
Yeah, that'd be
processing
interesting.
this Jeep on November 18th, you are.
They kind of did that a little
this
bit.
may have been removed.
They showed the deeper cycle, like the pattern. They showed how deep it went in the second movie, which I thought was pretty cool. You know, kind of
When you
going
were
into that a little
processing
bit.
this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's a solid 4.
On your interview with Brandon Boudreau.
Yes.
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you
Because
understand?
like we thought that they were gonna break it, and then literally, then it turned like the mind fuck, which I actually was really impressed with. Is it was I was like, oh, what the fuck? That's okay.
Image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without.
Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it.
All right, so when you're processing this on
let's
November 18th,
see.
you have what Brandon Boudreau told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on the I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct. 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay.
Without the weird
This
tire.
is a 61
Okay.
Was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
Yes.
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
Yes.
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
Yes.
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger
But
seat?
wait, where was? Oh, so this is the Jeep that they supposedly shot from. Okay.
And
Okay.
from
I guess we'll
this
take a
headrest
scale of that.
rooftop there.
Correct. Yes.
While this was, let me ask you this. Who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lashik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout. the-
That's okay. All right. All right. A little weird to establish it that way, but okay.
Collecting from the areas that you want.
It's gonna happen.
That's correct. Giving some instruction of what I'm wanting to collect. She's the one.
Okay.
physically doing
I
it.
see what she's doing. I see what she's doing.
Instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after
No, I get it now.
collect GSR or potential GSR from the
We don't have any
back of
burn.
the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that? And
Establishing credibility,
Observe her package, the collection.
which I think they kind of just need to do, fortunately.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material?
Might as well get more regen.
Vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door
Okay.
handles to exit
Yep.
and enter the vehicle.
Yep, because you're gonna find fingerprints massively all over them.
Seatbelt buckles, and that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation of how many people.
There we go.
Based
Blade
on
glaive has to
that,
proc off.
PR Reed and Brandon saying that
Jesus
the rear
Christ.
tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto?
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy Lashik swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair? Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, she changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes,
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
yes,
Did you see her put those into the box?
yes,
But-
Did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what, like, where this is going other than, like, establishing credibility for these people,
Did you also
for the
watch
evidence they collected,
Chick, process the Jeep for prints?
patching up some holes that might be
Did
poked
she do
already
the same method
or going to be poked,
that you
reinforcing
had
them.
described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
Yes,
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
no fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth, but there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints, but we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes,
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
yes,
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
yes,
Rear view mirror?
yes,
And the same for the passenger side?
yes,
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up?
yes,
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of, that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered.
nothing that was usable, correct.
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after you did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
Oh yeah.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes,
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day, did you also?
Shit,
in the
okay.
vehicle note any documentation?
Okay, I just need
stating
glaive.
inside the
I need
vehicle, sort of the ownership of the
faster
Yes. the
poison, I guess.
registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
You told us that each item of evidence is sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes,
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
correct.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back
This is what we need.
Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess?
We-
Fly
we-
back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning, we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix, and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this.
I want
around
crit.
10 a.m. in the morning.
What are we doing on
How
this?
approximately how
Oddly
long
enough.
processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that
It seemed a
processing,
little weird,
you
but
guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so that, are they all kept together in their own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes, and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
And so when you send those,
okay,
are
restorative.
you
Okay.
sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the
Me.
report number that was written on it by Ms. Lishek in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Again, for each of the swabs of the Jeep,
Just need more poison stacked up early.
Yes.
so each box that's then put in a
The regen helps us
is impounded individually.
like surviving longer.
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could
Okay.
send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel is 645-889,
Yes.
and the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645-890,
Now I just need
and the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645-891,
Yes.
and the swab for the gear shift as 645-893,
Yes.
the swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645-894,
Yes.
the swab for the lug nuts
Okay.
of that spare tire is 645-895,
Yes.
the swab for the driver's side interior door handle is
Hey, let's go.
645-896,
Yes.
Huge frisk.
We've also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Was that?
Oh, right.
were you
I forgot
present
that
when
he was
obtained
the
on
one
December
that
14th of
was
2019?
involved in
I
that.
was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID
They
647?
don't want to deal with that anymore.
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emilyn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
Okay.
As the case
So they were really
for
particular
this
about
investigation,
their like
you told us that you had
evidence
sent all those
classification
items
stuff.
for testing,
Okay,
that
good.
was part of your job, correct?
Ooh,
Yes.
this is like
Were you also
Great.
responsible
lifesteal
for
build.
writing search
This is gonna be
warrants
rough.
to obtain, cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this?
It's kind of hard to
a,
beat that, especially when you're
search warrant
boosting.
Sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you.
This is like my
records
build.
within those
Crazy.
certain date ranges and items that they're to send you.
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court or a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808-7?
Yes.
480-489-2,
Yes.
480-3,
You should just
Yes.
and 480.
Yes.
So,
sorry, I'm looking for a certain
and is Track Phone, I guess, one of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, have sort of subsidiary type of companies that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, a company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that
we'd want
sell
deadly for
and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler Police Department and looking into numbers that have been given out, did you associate the number 808-755?
well, that was a close one.
4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
You're home. Let's go. I need to load a bowl then.
Both of them.
I'm putting out so much fucking. Okay, we'll sell that. Okay. Sell these gumballs. Actually, let me get full loaded, and then I'll sell the other 5 gumballs.
I can have my paralegal approach with 177 and 176.
All right. Ready whenever.
Guys, those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers, the 808-755-5452 and the 49.
I knew that was gonna happen.
To
I
associated
knew
to
that was
Lori
gonna
Vallow.
happen.
Yes. Yes.
The state will move to admit 177 and 1.
Piano is kind of nuts. Okay, that's wild.
Objection.
179, 176.
176 and 177.
Oh, I'm sorry, 176, 177 are admitted.
Let's see. That last
We've
roll.
heard of the number 480-351-9. Did you learn that that number was associated to Alexander Cox?
I guess I'll grab this.
Yes.
I should have grabbed the rest of the enchanted
Was
thing,
that
but whatever.
number associated to him through, for instance, the Chandler Police Department from the July incident?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 179.
I am ready whenever, though, by the way. Need more transform opportunities.
Does that contain an affidavit authenticating them?
Need more
photograph of
catalyst.
The record to print off showing the subscriber for that phone, as well as a print off of the call detail records for September 27th through October 10th.
Yes. Let me just want to double check one thing. Yes.
You know, sweet.
Is that 480-351-9120 number the number that we heard was making the appointment and responsible for scheduling the
Here's how-
tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Was that turn 5?
State will move to admit 179.
Any objection?
The same foundational objection of Crawford, Your Honor.
179 is admitted.
Of course it didn't work.
Detective, did you look at the call detail records?
Sorry, that was just very funny.
480-489, the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, and the 480-351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Time for ranked. Well, I have a couple of builds I can like. I have an idea of what I can go with Mac if I want.
This is Exhibit 179.
We're gonna test that out.
On these records, 179 being
I'm gonna load another bowl.
associated to Alex Cox. Did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes.
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
That is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now, we see here for time, on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes.
We see GMT minus 6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
Yes.
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
Yes.
For Arizona time, is it GMT minus 7?
Yes.
Yes, it'd be
So
an
Arizona time, is that
additional
GMT
hour back. Yep.
AM?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd.
You want to join me on a
at
second,
8:02
Nikki?
a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
Yes.
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
That is correct.
You would take shiny.
Do the call
Okay,
detail
cool.
records
I figured as
for
much. I wanted to send
Lori
it
Vallow's phone show
to
that
offer that
same
way.
interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit.
Yes.
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes,
You let me know.
35 minutes after Brandon left his home. There's a
We'll grab
call
that.
between Alex
Okay, so we got a
Cox's cell
potion
phone
here soon?
and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho.
In Rexburg, Idaho.
Juice.
Yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreau left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes.
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreau?
Yes.
And was that associated via, Brandon Boudreau had provided that?
Yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes.
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480, 692-9612?
Yes.
And then during your, was that search warrant executed on December 28th?
Give me
that
this.
phone number.
Yes, it was.
Silver loot item.
As you went
Hold on
into
to it.
2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona? Meaning track phone used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019 shooting on Phelps.
Yes.
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
Okay, so our regen is going to come in handy, I think.
Who did you
Because of that?
believe at that time in your based upon your investigation, was using
Hell
that
yeah.
phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander.
What was the winning difference for conditions?
Now, the track phone of 304-960-5998, did that have a subscriber to Alex Cox?
It was subscribed to a Gmail account.
Okay. When you
Bakery.
executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 180.
Okay. I don't think she really has much to work with on this right now. That's like her biggest downfall right now.
Exhibit, if you can just verify, did the track phone provide a print off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store 5494? It should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I'm looking at it right now in here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print-off showing that the track phone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes,
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
yes,
And does that also contain a print-off of all of the call detail records for that track phone number 304-960-5998?
yes, it does.
Okay, we'll move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is admitted.
I think she's trying to object, but like doesn't have a good enough grounds.
When you looked at the
She
call detail
keeps saying foundation when it comes to this.
did they reflect that
Okay.
this phone
Okay. Yeah, I should have expected that.
was used
A really good build.
from September
That's what you
26th
build when you get an arc blaster like that.
when it was activated until only October 2nd?
That is correct.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone was no longer seen or activated after that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes,
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
yes,
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
that is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes,
And is that number that is called by this track phone the 515-402-0143 number associated with Chad Daybell?
yes,
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell.
that is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-0143 associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records as well as all these other cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes,
Why did you do that?
because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes.
Right.
And we
That makes
recognize
sense.
at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
The better choice.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
Earth, I think.
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received for my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And they were able, the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Huh?
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes,
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
I don't think it's going to be
And did you
winning
ask the
conditions
FBI to
where
look
the,
at
but that's okay.
Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
yes,
and to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and then the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants
Yes,
for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Let's see how this goes. We need to get on better conditions. We need to boost these daggers or something. Helps. Okay. Could be useful.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent? Like,
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can.
Yeah, but it's been years ago though.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
I knew she was gonna do this shit.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk.
Okay, so we need more
Detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay. And what color did Mr.
Very
Daybell say
tempting.
the Jeep was when he was with Officer Marianne Robb?
When he was with Officer Robb, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Robb, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Robb?
I watched all body-worn camera from this case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Robb and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched
Wait.
many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that.
I wonder, is she gonna have them?
I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a
Taking free XP.
So when is the first time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And none of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is that correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so, did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival, and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
I just don't like the way she goes about this. I mean, I've gone on rants and rants about
Also, in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in,
it's got nothing better to do.
Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
Eh, okay. All right. It could have gone either way.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line
Yes.
search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the Criminal Investigations Division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point,
I give her this much, though.
investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood.
Right? You know?
And this was again after the scene investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
This
Approximately 45
green
minutes to an
spider.
hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
Okay.
And who had
I'll
that
work
metal
in-
detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who, but I know it was used.
And the neighbors that were,
Or,
I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha.
double it.
Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is.
Yeah, another set of these. God damn it.
Many times if they go there,
I
they'll
have
say
two
they
now.
knocked on X amount of doors and was unable to make contact with residents. Or
I'll
if
give
they
you-
have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though, is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following.
Okay.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Right. That's that. You're asking.
For the truth of the
No, you.
I was asking for the effect on the listener.
No. You're asking what she had said. You were specifically asking what someone else had said. Jesus Christ. Can I have a sidebar? No.
How far was the Jeep's when the supposed?
Okay, yeah, Your Honor. Don't put up with her shit. Sorry, the hard sigh was really funny.
Neighbors describing where this
That's so funny.
located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway. I would guess. I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet.
Okay, give me.
The vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location for that Jeep, a specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, you kind of know exactly where it was parked,
We have a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
but no measurements were taken.
No measurements, no ma'am.
And what
Where would there be?
measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
Repenting.
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide on what the trajectory actually was?
No,
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
no, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
Okay, so you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No,
No.
You cannot?
no.
You don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in
No.
the car in the Tesla was approximately
Dude, so many people are done with her shit right now.
Is that correct?
It's so funny to me.
From the sticker,
Honestly.
the letter A sticker, yes,
Correct.
that was like a 2-inch, I believe. Based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of 2 inches, but that doesn't include the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Object to expertise or knowledge.
Right, that's not a question you can ask him.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
Yeah,
What was
because
your determination of what kind of bullet,
no.
a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket,
Okay. All right. Interesting.
a frangible piece of ammunition.
Oh, I didn't leave room for
Types of
this.
ammunition that are
Few more.
made,
Never mind.
both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreau's car. But to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
There she goes
Investigation,
again.
Is that correct? So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No.
There's no.
Unless you
no
check
way
the
to
caliber,
determine
and even
whether
then,
it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was driving.
okay. So there's more than what you were expecting. Look at her; she's speechless.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
The particulates that come from gunshot residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I don't know.
Okay. So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? Like if you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the three elements are?
I do not.
You
God,
don't?
that's condescending.
Are you aware that all three elements have to be
No.
present for it to actually
Or
be gunshot
Thursday.
residue?
I'm going to object at this point to, again, is his
They-
allegation, he's repeatedly said he's not a GSR expert.
He can answer if he knows.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the evidence. So I know when I'm collecting GSR.
I do not,
to
though.
collect- You mentioned 3 elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to collect it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a
Yeah, so we might do a late stream
So having been a
on
case
Thursday
agent
night or no
hundreds of
stream at
times,
all. I haven't decided yet.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right?
When it's gunshot residue, yes.
Fired?
Typical?
Yeah, I got you. I need to fold clothes tomorrow anyway, honestly.
A tool or a evidence.
So that works out.
Collection technique.
I'm
that
gonna,
we utilize?
of course I'm gonna have stuff.
Okay. And so you're not
Cool.
aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again, there's an expert that will testify.
Yeah, he's not an expert.
Okay.
Yeah, a girly, he's not an expert on this. This has been well established. Prove your weapons? Yes. That.
You
Read that.
testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik. Is that correct? When she
Yes.
collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at
Okay.
the property building in Rexburg together. together, yes.
Okay. And how many
Relic,
people were there
relic,
present at that time?
relic,
Present at that time?
relic.
There was myself,
And it's enchanted.
CSI Lashik, Detective Olzak,
I
Detective
should
Garcia,
enchanted this if I was smart,
I
but
believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police
I'm
Department.
not that smart. Problem is I don't have anything that like procs relics faster. Just my
Note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm gonna object as to foundation swabs of what?
Was she taking, oh, sorry. I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay. And then you flew up there together on a commercial airline?
No, myself, Ms. Lashik, and Detective Olzak flew up there on a Arizona State government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of, in the same day?
it wasn't. She makes it sound.
Mr. or Detective Olzak at the time, being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS, they utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And
Right, to make
because
sure
they were
that-
assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle.
Yeah, she tried to. Oh, so you were. It was like, no, calm down, honey.
Allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from
Nope.
Rexburg, Idaho, to process our Jeep.
Okay.
Because it made it substantially easier to do that.
At the little airport.
They have a small runway, that's correct.
Yeah, they didn't go to a separate one, then get an Uber, go all the way there. Like, no, they did it pretty appropriately.
And
It
so
just
you did not witness
Surprised you.
Miss Lachik taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day, Miss Lachik?
Why does it matter?
I do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with yes, I am familiar with LPR readers, but again, I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
Yeah, because it doesn't
You,
really
as the
matter.
agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts.
Oh, this is a cool.
For
That's a cool Vanessa skin.
LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And-
multiple.
Where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you
There-
been to Holbrook before?
Have I been to Holbrook before?
Arizona?
If I have been, it's only passing through, so I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook, I guess I'll say that.
Do you know how far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I hate being an adult human every day, multiple times a day.
Of us?
We have to decide so many things, including what to eat. I don't want to decide why is life. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I agree. That's why I usually keep easy meals around that I don't have to make anything. Like that's why I keep cereal around. But like that's not probably healthy. I understand what you mean. I try to. Some days I just don't. I try not to make that very often, but
Is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert.
it's always fucking annoying. I hate it.
None in Mason.
With a burning passion, honestly.
Phoenix.
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
None in Scottsdale.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay.
This woman, man,
And do you have any idea, maybe you don't.
could
but
get
do you
some
have any
extra
idea
money
how
down the
long
road here.
They store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and say, I need this, and they're like, well, we only have 30 days back, or whatever.
I don't know
On-
their storage capacity or how long it lasts. And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you
Right.
contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the
Because it's not his fucking job.
agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data, and it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is hit within their retention time. So there was multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know.
That's fine. We'll just get the upgrades for those.
The time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st, is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been,
And
yes.
nothing in Gilbert
Correct?
on October 2nd?
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd?
I would object to asked and answered.
You could ask it, more of a block date of like what you know.
Let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate.
Until what day?
Phoenix metro area in the cities during that time frame.
Timeframe meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, of
Okay.
2019, yes.
Okay, but what about? Okay, does that same apply to 4th? Because like if you're going all the way to like the 6th or 7th, like okay, lady, come on, you're killing us here. Killing us, Smalls.
You were mentioning before that you had contacted the FBI on the phone records of a tracking of a phone. Is that correct?
Yes, requested the assistance of the FBI with the phone cellular analysis.
And how do you request assistance of FBI? Talk me through that. How did that work? Who do you call?
Ghostbusters. Sorry, ADHD brain.
On October 9th, myself, Detective McDermott with Gilbert Police met up with a couple of detectives from the Chandler Police Department. This is where the images of the incident
What
that
time is it? I should
happened
probably.
earlier in the year in July. They were
Hold on a
provided
second.
pictures of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate. Further was learned on October
That
16th
moment just reminded me.
was when I received from our crime analyst the first image of the Jeep Wrangler driving southbound from Holbrook, presumably towards the Phoenix metro area, with that Texas license plate and without the wheel affixed to the back of that Jeep. It was at that time that I re-established communication.
He knew
with
that she
police,
fucked up.
And it was through our communication that it was decided to reach out to the FBI to further request their assistance.
So did you reach out to FBI personally, or did Chandler Police Department reach out to FBI personally?
It was a collective phone call, and then
Okay.
the Chandler Police Department and then the Gilbert Police Department detectives, we went to the FBI field office in Phoenix.
Sorry, I feel bad if I made fun of him for that
Far
one.
north Phoenix, at which time we made contact with federal agents there, FBI agents.
Do this.
And so Nicholas Balance is the one who created a report concerning these phones, is that correct?
He was ultimately the one that we worked with the most, yes.
Did you talk to him initially, or did it get sent to him eventually?
He initially got assigned. Initially, it was a
don't have a
single meeting
tool.
with some FBI agents and detectives provided data for them to analyze. And then Nick Balance was assigned this case.
And you spoke to him specifically, directly?
I talked with him directly multiple times, yes.
Okay. And then do you have emails and phone calls and things with him, correct?
Multiple, yes.
And were those turned over to the defense?
As far as I know, I don't know.
So in his report,
I guess that would be brought up
54.
in the case, or in the trial then.
He created a report that said, did you get a copy of that report that he did, Nicholas Balance?
I
We need some kind of healing.
Which report you're referring to? Are you talking about the Gilbert Police report, or are you talking about a separate report from the FBI?
I'm talking about Nicholas Balance's report that, I guess, his PowerPoint.
Is it possible for me to see what you're looking at and I can say yes or no? Because I have seen presentations, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
I mean, no, Tristan, take it. It.
Thank you. Do you want me to go to a specific page?
Yeah,
Ms.
so on
Daybell?
page 15 of the report, it shows a purchase of a phone on 9/25/2019,
Okay. And?
Okay.
if I'm correct.
Okay.
On
15?
page 15, 9/25,
Man,
2019.
this has been the funniest one. Maybe that's just me. Anybody find a little bit of comedic relief in some of this?
And for those of us who are not military correct, it's about what time?
It would be 9:10 hours,
PM.
9:10 PM. Again, I don't know if that's GMT. Most of the data that I've seen done with this cast is GMT, which is global. And then you have to subtract or add some hours depending upon your location on the globe.
As far as mountain time or central time?
Yes, ma'am.
Pacific time, okay. So on the top of the report there, it says 7:10 PM, which is 2 hours prior to the cell. Is that correct?
I object to this person's foundation as to knowledge by this detective who did not create this report.
Right. The original question was if he was familiar with it or had seen it. So why don't we have that answered first?
Okay. Are you familiar with this report? Have you reviewed it for your testimony here today?
I have seen reports that look like this, and
Ow.
I've seen this particular page you're talking about.
Owie, my ears.
But again, I did
Assault.
draft it, and I don't want to give any incorrect information. So I'll do my best to answer what you want to ask me, but I don't work with CAST. And
Okay.
As much as I wish I was better with cell phone analysis personally, I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay. Well, just on that page particularly.
Hold on. Let's go sidebar.
Yeah, of course. Now that judge, I wondered about. Yeah, of course. Now that you want to sidebar, Your Honor, and it's like, bitch. I need like an deal. Today. I really wish we could listen in. That's all I want, right? I want nothing more than to be able to listen into what they're talking about. Commitment. Try this out. Process of this. If I don't get hydraulic boots, try to build it up. And each fight permanently destroy the item. I already got tool. Yes, they're still going, by the way. You can take him down. Could use extra stuff to work. Power press. I don't know. I was looking for hoping for something that was like double outside of my core. There's nothing to like, as far as I know, there's not like an acceleration boost to haste it. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah. Because then it just destroys and it's a 20-second thing. This, I'm okay with like putting this, testing that out.
All right, you can resume your cross of this. And we'll go whatever you think as far as about another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll need to recess for the evening.
Oh, shit. Cool. We'll have a chance to start catching up on this.
Detective Pillar, did you ever receive any information from Rich Robertson, the private detective Brandon Boudreau hired?
I did not.
Did you ever speak to him
Ooh, this is
personally?
Not a good one for us.
I think I may have had a phone call early on, essentially explaining that he was going to do a PI thing, but he understood that there's certain legalities when it comes to criminal investigation over a civil investigation.
When you say early on, when do you mean specifically?
I couldn't give you a date, but I believe I had a phone conversation with him. But it was not lengthy, and I don't remember communicating much after that, if at all.
So in October, just after October 2nd?
Yeah, it'd have to be after October 2nd, 2019.
Burn myself.
And was it your understanding from that conversation that Brandon hired him to track Melanie?
Guess it does.
Correct, Your Honor.
Sustain, sustain.
What is the legal definition?
Well, it calls for hearsay, it's not relevance, and it also could open the door to something you don't want it open to.
That's kind of funny, actually.
You did not email with him or text with him?
Oh, hold on.
No, not that I remember.
And he didn't
Is your
send you
pistol's
any
not
kind of
gonna
information on the case?
fit it.
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Did Brandon ever convey that he was frustrated with the way the investigation was going?
I'm going to object to hearsay relevance.
Sustain.
Detective Pillar, can you tell me about when you arrived at the scene that day on October 2nd?
What would you like to know?
When you arrived, who was there and who did you speak to first?
When I arrived on scene, I parked east of the crime scene, the 3875 East Phelps. And the first individuals I remember talking with were my fellow detectives, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer, determining what our roles would be. I cannot say for certain who I first spoke to as far as the officer, as far as the briefing goes, but I do know there were multiple officers on scene to
Okay, so
Officer Rob, who was here earlier.
And someone briefed you though, right? Do you know who that was?
I do not know who that was, but yes, somebody would have briefed us on that case.
And nobody remembers who briefed anybody?
It doesn't sound like it, and I wish, trust me, I would rather give you answers than say I don't know.
okay, we're gonna try to do this.
Remember who gave me the briefing.
Well, it was Officer Rob, and who was the other officer that was with her when the first two on the scene? Officer Bullock?
Officer Brian Bullock was
Okay.
the other officer that was on scene.
So would it have had to be Officer Rob or Officer Bullock who briefed the detectives when you arrived?
More likely than not, yes. It would have had to been one or both of them collectively, but I do know that Officer Rob, being the first officer there and obtaining all the initial information, she's more likely than not the one who briefed us with the date, time, location, and involved persons.
Okay. So they briefed you, and then what happened after that?
After the briefing, again, I was decided that I was the primary case agent, the detective. I tasked Detective McDermott, Sergeant McDermott now, with running the scene. So he used the assistance of Detective Biggs and Detective Ferrer with evidence collection tasks while I introduced myself to that.
Let's see what we can do for a second.
From 3875 and identified Brandon Boudreau. And then we went to my
Get the scales like it should.
to have an interview
Okay.
with air conditioning because it was a little warm outside.
Okay. And when was the house cleared? Someone had mentioned the house being cleared. Did that ever happen?
The house was cleared. That was prior to detective arrival.
Yeah, I just aren't able to keep up at the
Before you
moment,
got
but that's
there,
okay.
that
That's
already
fine.
happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you went and spoke to Brandon in your car, is that correct? And
Yes,
did
ma'am.
that interview?
Yes.
And you made an audio recording of that?
Yes.
And then someone transcribed it, is that correct?
We used a third-party transcription service at that time. So yes, that
You know
was
what?
transcribed.
I get it. I get it.
And you heard Brandon's testimony that some of
Don't
those
blame me.
things
Yeah, probably was.
were transcription errors.
Yes.
So did you go back in preparation for this testimony and listen to that audio recording of that interview?
I did not, well, yes, I did listen to the interview. No, I did not compare it to the transcript. It was Net Transcriptions, which is the company we used at the time, and there were errors at times, but I did not compare it to my interview with Brandon, if that's what you were getting at.
So there could be transcription problems in that interview,
It's possible.
but you didn't go back to check to see if there were. Is that correct?
That is
It's probably not his job.
And about how long did that interview last?
35, 40 minutes is an estimation.
Okay. And then where did you go next? You guys got out of the car, and what happened at that point?
Brandon returned to his friends, and I re-entered the crime scene to determine what my fellow detectives had discovered.
Were you aware that Brandon's friends, through the body cam, that they had been walking around in the crime scene?
It wasn't until watching it after, but once the crime scene was established, they didn't enter it again until we were done with what we needed to do, or at least we had our primary crime scene, which was the Tesla and the glass in that area. There was times where, I don't know if they were getting drinks or if there was times where they had to go inside of Brandon's home at the time,
Okay.
but that was allowed under some supervision.
And then, how long were you at the scene in total, do you think, that day?
From the start to the finish, and unless I had the CAD report or the police computer system,
say it's gonna kill-
arrive on scene when we close off.
Did you just get nachos? What's your?
8 hours we were out there.
I feel like I've asked this before. What's your Taco Bell order? Your
And
quesadilla?
how did that get wrapped up? I mean, if you're the case
I feel like there would
agent,
be,
how do
but I
you
could be wrong.
wrap it up, send everybody home? How does that work?
Well, like I was explaining earlier, extra detectives came out there. Once we finished with the canvas, the line search, we start letting people go from the scene and ultimately conclude our involvement, make sure that Mr. Boudreau and whoever else, maybe witnesses or people that were canvassed, have contact information for the detectives, and just make sure we can maintain communication moving forward.
And you had mentioned that contact.
Just 3 tacos?
You had
Okay,
said
okay.
you would give a
You know what,
special
though? That's all right.
set of
Sometimes we
phones
just
for victims to contact you on. Is
we
that correct?
do
Not just
a little,
victims,
but
it's my work cell phone, and I'm very open with giving that number. I have been since my start days in CID. Victims, offenders, witnesses, whomever wants my cell phone, they can contact me by text or call.
So you have that separate from your own personal cell phone?
Oh, yes.
And then you had mentioned,
you're gonna do, lady.
had taken Brandon's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And how does that work? Talk me through that.
He completes a consent to search form. It's a form that describes in detail what we're going to be doing with the device. In a layman's terms, we are making a digital copy of that, the software and all the content on that electronic device. So we turn it over to our digital forensics unit, which is detectives who specialize in this, utilizing their hardware. And we made a copy of his smartphone and it's all the data on it. And we returned it to him as quickly as we could. I do not recall if it was the same night or the next day, but I know it was pretty soon after because that was his primary
do that.
device to utilize.
Okay. And so what are the logistics of that? You're on the scene, you physically take the phone, you put it in an evidence bag. How does that work?
Yes,
And then how does it get transported to the forensic people?
I transport it. In this case, I believe it was, I can't remember which detective. It was either myself or McDermott. We worked on this case quite a bit in the beginning together, but ultimately brought the phone to our digital detectives.
Gotta grab a drink
Within that same
when
day,
they're on break.
right? And it just gets.
They should be done here soon, though.
Marked and all that.
It was never impounded, so although it's noted to be his and has his contact information in it, the point is to expedite the process. So instead of impounding it,
I really wanted to win this
out of evidence
round.
back in, so it could be ultimately
Okay.
the owner.
Well,
He gave us consent to take it, download it as quickly as possible, and then return it to him.
And then who would be the person who returned that to him physically, the phone?
I don't recall, but I know I turned it back over to him. I believe he came to the police department the next day or shortly thereafter, or even that night. Again, I don't recall, but I know it was turned over to him
Less than 10 seconds.
soon after by a detective.
So he could come pick it up, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes,
You didn't take it back to the house, he came and picked it up.
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall we break there for the evening?
Sure. Your Honor.
Okay. Members of the jury, tomorrow, please be back and ready to start at 10:15 a.m. 10:15 a.m. Please remember the admonition. We'll be at recess for the evening.
See what I was saying is I figured we were getting close. Had to have been. No. Okay,
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I told the jury 10:15. I'd like the parties here as close to a little bit after 10 as possible. I don't know if Judge Kemp, who's in here before doing his morning calendar, should be wrapping up by then, but just in case there are things we need to discuss prior to the jury coming in. Anything from the state at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, from the defense?
I
All right.
can manage to just have some childcare issues. I should be able to get here by 10, but,
That's fine.
okay.
The other advisory council will be here at 10.
I have 2 morning court matters, but hopefully we should be done.
Okay.
And just to go to where I have early court on the 11th, so you know, obviously I'm gonna be stuck in there over here. I'm not sure what time we're starting on the 11th.
That's Friday?
I know, it's a couple days from now, it's
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. You have what on Wednesday?
I think it's just a CCMC,
Oh,
but sometimes you get stuck in court, so we can get out.
right.
I don't know if I win this. I don't think I do.
Probably
Oh,
should start
barely.
drafting up final instructions soon, I would think.
I need to watch the whatever Nikki sent me in between.
And then I guess we'll go from there. All right, we'll get recess for the evening.
I'm a little conflicted. This. And then we do, as much as I want freeze, we need damaging. Now. We gotta win this, you know? We only have 4 gold. 10 gold. Give me a dig. Okay, we gotta go to JJ. Unfortunately, because it needs to take the Ray thing. That's much worse. No, we want poison because we can use ray on this. This has the core. Thinking there. That's if we survive. But once hydraulic press goes off, it's quite a bit, you know, like it's a lot. 800. And then I heal for that. We'll see. Like I had to make it to 20 seconds is the problem, which I don't think I will. That's all right. Let me refill my water stuff. Potty. And we'll try again while we watch some previous days of court for Lori. So, because this is what we're today was day 3, so we'll probably do what we did today a little bit, but we'll probably start earlier after their lunch.
See a bright and shiny light. Are you afraid to go outside and see how I was? So am I. So am I. So am I. So am I. Are you inclined to stay indoors? 6 feet beneath the burning floor. Are you inclined to stay indoors? And me Omega, that's for sure. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's for sure. Digital age, yes, it's mighty fine. Considering there's no gun
Okay.
no pressures to conscribe. And though there's no gun in my face,
Now we'll try Julie again. Oh, shall we smoke more? Look up Daybell stuff. Okay, give me. I found the day one I needed.
left and right. You're quite the advantageous type. Put that aside, you're probably right.
Okay. All right, let me let it bowl. I gotta start like not loading full bowls of this because I rip it. I can clear it in one rip, you know. It just end up smoking a lot, you know. That's me. That's me. That. I can't help but go for enchanted items. perfect. Sure about. I way more worth than heavy. Yeah, because that's what I was hoping. Let's go for a fang. At worse a pelt. At best a fang. It's okay. But I gotta try to back on what music I play so I don't get struck on YouTube.
Statement.
Thank you.
All right, state's opening statement, right?
A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and
Oh, yeah,
dark
skill. Okay.
tint, was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreau's driveway, idle. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreau returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned
Okay.
onto the street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up, a rifle barrel come out and point at him. And then bang! He heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him.
Right,
Brandon
missed.
hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As
Okay.
Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's
We gotta lose
brother,
this.
Alex Cox. He had
As he
been lying in
should.
wait
Cam Snail should have been next
with
to
a
it.
rifle for Brandon
And
to
what?
return home. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona, so he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators? To shoot and kill Brandon Boudreau.
I do not doubt
Let's
that.
talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreau. I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreau was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. You're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very
Yeah,
significant
no, that
event.
is.
You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies,
Oh,
and that she never
Justin.
responded. By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time,
I need
Lori Vallow
8.
and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence, and they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150.
Right.
Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July. You're going to learn that in August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles.
Right. That makes sense, though.
You're gonna learn that
That
as
tracks.
the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then-wife Melanie, that they put their house up for sale. And Melanie moved out and got a rental property.
That
When
makes
the house
sense,
finally
yeah.
sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at
Well, this is not strong
3875
enough yet.
East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing.
transform.
And then move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreau, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew this defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep.
This is like the sister-in-law. It's like this is like Chad's sister's
Extra window tinting put on the Jeep.
like
You're going to see the photos from the Jeep
brother.
tinting on the
Wait, sorry. It's Lori's going to be husband Chad's wife's at the time wife's
window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some.
brother. Sorry, I forgot who was who for a second. A lot to keep up
You'll
with.
see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards.
I forgot. We can back it up.
On September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it.
Fuck yourself.
You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait and no one could see him in the back with that rifle.
I do
It is her
believe
first
that.
mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg. And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so, how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're gonna learn they each had their own cell phone, like most of us do, and that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash. And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the
Just so they
time
can just
that
track her
burner
at the
phone was
Walmart.
purchased. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone
Makes
when
sense.
he drove down here. But they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. You'll be tracked, right?
Right.
So they
Of
bought
course.
this burner
It's silly.
phone
It's
so
a
that
silly move.
Alex would
What am I
have
doing?
contact while he drove down.
It's just so
Jersey Road.
slow right now.
But Alex made a mistake.
Okay.
Just like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg, that he searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he searched 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived.
Okay, that's pretty damning.
After the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pine Top, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads.
Okay.
You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account, lollytimeforever@gmail.com.
That's a
On September 30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep
Wild
and started
name.
driving down to Arizona,
There.
she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video. This defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he
Doesn't
could better
look
line
good.
to shoot Brandon.
I will say, doesn't look good.
And more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation.
Not a single
Defendant
bit.
Also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from
Yeah, I
Alex, who is
believe
an
that
FBI agent
pretty
who
hard.
does cellular analysis, that around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in this same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit. And from them on for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho.
So the implication is that she made it herself. Okay.
More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of
It's
that
that Alex had to burn her phone,
to aid her brother in this shooting of Brandon.
I would
Boudreaux.
imagine.
So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers.
Oh,
You will learn and see a
ooh,
photo of
that's a
Lori
tough
Vallow's
one to
Jeep in
beat.
Arizona on October 1st of
That's a tough one to
2019,
beat.
up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they
I would hope so.
recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting, from a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time, the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when the shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into the storage unit.
Why would they do that,
Using the
though?
storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat, so that her co-conspirator,
Like-
Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep, waiting for
I was
Brandon.
going to say, there's probably a good explanation for it, but no.
Again, evidence of that conspiracy
Well, good for the state, I guess, if they can prove that.
to kill Brandon.
If they can prove that that was found in the storage and that was put in there on footage, like, yeah.
The morning of this shooting. You will see.
It's not good.
Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Phelps Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreaux's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence and begins waiting for him.
Interesting.
Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer.
Okay, I'm
You'll hear
following.
that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep.
Been there for
It's
a
neighborhood
long
that
time.
doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it. So there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate.
I probably should have
This was
upgraded
about
Bell Vista,
30
but
plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it.
you need to upgrade it soon.
Alex fired one shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat. You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive.
Oh, okay, yeah. Brandon's the one that the victim.
Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there.
Alex is the one that we have to like keep
That
in
same
mind
day,
of the
on
name.
October 3rd, you will see Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again
Hell
see
yeah.
video of that.
The
You'll also see
upgraded
that they Googled that
skill,
day,
not
News in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler.
okay. We're good on
involving
Bell
Lori
Vista.
Vallow and Alex Cox. And he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police
30.
reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997. The same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on
We
October
got this.
1st,
We just
coming
gotta
into
start
Arizona.
up.
The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement
Damn.
there.
My burn was
You'll hear
fast
that on
enough.
November 1st, police in
Good on them.
Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they saw Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep that day, and so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tire's back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it, and on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they processed the vehicle Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it. So you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it.
Right.
You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler, and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep.
I want to take Clarence, but it's not worth.
You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls.
That's kind of
The one that was
important.
associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account.
I'm gonna say that's the one that if they can pay, that's what I'm talking about. That's what they pinned.
FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went
Massive.
from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that that burner phone called or
It's not where it's
received
trying to
calls
work.
from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband. The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox
Don't poison.
and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial,
Probably could have cut
the state
down my
will ask
core
you all
10%.
to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of
That's like
conspiracy to
what,
commit
5.4
first-degree murder.
then?
Thank you.
Oh,
Would the defense like to give an
3.6.
opening statement at this time?
that would have been better. Shit. Especially since we're gonna probably, lose that fight real fast. We don't have a fucking chance on that one. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus an opening statement.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
that law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you.
Ooh, that shook her
Sometimes
up a
they
little
charge
bit.
the
That shook her
defendant
up a
with
little
crime.
bit.
They have charged me with a crime.
She know how to
Others do.
pivot that.
Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the
I'm
defendant
going
should
to
be
object again, Your
charged.
Honor, improper
that's,
argument. Asked to strike.
Hold on.
That's why she didn't know how to pivot, is because she knew it was gonna go into territory she
Jury's
couldn't.
consideration.
She knew. That's why she had to take a second. She knew that what she was gonna say would probably affect. Was gonna probably get that again, like we saw.
the prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job. They
Where are you going with this?
evidence because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred. This case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate.
Just because you say the words more clearly doesn't like make you more right, lady.
Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief.
Oh, easily.
30 pieces of silver.
Object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
Yeah, right. I would agree with you, ma'am. That doesn't seem very appropriate.
Hold, well, you're
I love that he's just so hard. So
I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
that's so funny.
Cain conspired against Daybell, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreau.
To make her scaling faster.
Find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon.
A big healing and shield coming.
Relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece Melanie.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless.
Can we outscale it though?
Can I have the parties approach briefly? Can I have you approach briefly?
God damn it. Awful.
Go ahead.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life.
Like for real, like every day.
Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all four of their children. I was also very close to all four of their children.
Every day.
In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me. Which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question.
Dude, the way she says that is so
Called 911.
so stupid.
And Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep. And then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly
So seeding a little bit of doubt. I
found
get
out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange
You're being
emails with
unhinged.
Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreau. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie
Come on,
Boudreau.
unfreeze, please.
You will find out
Please
that
unfreeze.
Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the
Forever
police.
freeze, man. Laura warned me about it.
That event, he quickly changed his story from a
She was telling me earlier today, when we were talking about bizarre stuff, she was like, "Yeah, you gotta be careful." That Mac is what, from what I heard, a forever freeze machine. I was like, okay, noted.
to a gray Jeep.
Goddamn.
You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn
We'll do one
that
more and then power wash.
Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. Two people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreau, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However, she has not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
but
and
I
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
Jury should disregard that statement.
Yeah.
You're going to receive an instruction later that all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
That looks so bad for her.
In Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was
That looks so
unaware
bad for her.
such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times.
Yep. She's quiet
Alex
compared to
also
the
had
other
a good
people.
relationship until this accusation. They saw each
Okay, that's more my fault. Let me back it up a little bit then.
on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place.
It's my fault. I had her turned down.
I did have a close relationship with my brother
My
Alex,
bad.
but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with
Should be
Alex,
much better now.
but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to defend himself.
And I'm
Still
gonna object
feels
against
weird.
that as well,
Yeah, you can't.
because he's not party to this.
This is.
I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening
She's gonna
statements
not
is
be-
not evidence, it's not
She's not
sworn.
gonna be able to do her opening statements at all with this track.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in this case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you that a
The law in terms of 100%.
It is
A little bit bordering on
like it. She's like right, and she's also not like completely right. Like, yes, it is the state's job to show like what is it, proof of crime, and like without an ounce of doubt, or without any doubt. So like, yeah, she's right. It is their job, the state's job, but it's not 100%. Like, a lot of that falls into the jury on what they presume as well
Argument,
when they're listening to the when they're going through the case.
the jury will receive the instructions on what is and what is not.
Correct. Yeah, they'll have specific. Because the wording is very specific.
Prove that a crime has been committed here.
Without a
and
reasonable
that I
doubt.
committed that crime.
Okay, you know what? All right,
That is
yeah.
the way the law is written. I do not have to show
Oh, wow.
any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired. meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide. Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun. You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first-name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department, because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened here, because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
crime.
again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that. There's
Sustained, the jury in their instructions
Dude,
received.
I'm surprised.
Is not to consider a penalty.
Genuinely, I'm so at this point. This is like the third or fourth warning. I'm surprised that they haven't figured out some way to cut her down. I don't know,
That will be in the final instructions there as well. The jury
just really pushing
whether or not the state
for luck.
has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state? The state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand
It's just so
between the
funny to
state
me.
and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent. In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known. During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant
Your Honor,
for
I'm
what
gonna
a fact
object to
really
argument.
is.
Sustained.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know it all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement, you. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense. What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone, not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to
Yeah, that's
relevance and
kind of
argument.
shade. kind of chucking some shade out there, girly.
I am all
I'm
about
gonna be
spreading
real.
love and will continue to
That's a
do
rough
so,
one.
even after this trial.
I'm
is
glad they
complete
caught her on
no matter
that.
the result.
That's something.
Thank you.
Girly pop, you can't be saying that shit.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. The state will call Brendan Boudreaux.
Damn, they go in strong. Okay, hold on. I need to grab something to snack real quick before we stop. This one. Flavored drink.
Your Honor, could we have a...
You're going to come up here and be sworn in by the clerk.
Can you please state and spell your first and your last name?
Oh, she didn't get a chance to like ask her question. For her, not us. I'm fine with that. We're getting cut off. I'll be honest.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about
I'm super okay with it.
to say nothing but the truth?
I shouldn't be, but I am.
All right, sir, go around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Your Honor, could we have a sidebar?
Is it about what we discussed earlier? The state's probably going to, you won't complete your direct before lunch?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Okay, so that works out in her like favor, I guess. Since she has a slight bit more
Please
time.
introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Brandon Boudreaux. I live here in Arizona.
And if you can pull the mic just a little closer to you and roll in a little closer. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. How old are you,
Sorry.
Brandon?
I'm 40 years old.
You said you're currently living in Arizona?
I am, yes.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I own a solar company.
Okay. I want to talk to you sort of about your marriages. Are you currently married?
I am.
Do you have a prior marriage?
I did, yes.
I want to
Could be
talk about
Melanie,
your
right?
prior marriage. When
Right?
did you get married initially?
I was married initially October 31st, 2008.
And who were you married to?
Melanie.
Okay, so we could go for
How long were you and Melanie married?
A little over 10 years.
Did you two have any children?
We have 4.
Do you recall approximately when you began divorce proceedings with Melanie?
It would have been in July of 2019.
And do you recall approximately when your divorce with Melanie was finalized?
It would have been in October of 2019.
Was it before or after October 2nd?
It was the middle of October,
Okay.
so after.
Now, do you have family here in Arizona?
I have a brother who lives in Tucson now, but at the time I did not have any family here in Arizona.
They lived in another state.
Yes.
Did Melanie have family that lived here in Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Did you know someone by the name of Lori Vallow?
I did. That was Melanie's aunt.
okay,
And,
okay.
Did you spend a lot of time with Melanie's aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes, we spent a lot of time together.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's directly behind you wearing glasses and a blue top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
When you knew or were spending time with Lori Vallow, was she married at that time?
She was.
Who was her husband then?
Charles Vallow.
And
Definitely lose
how
this because
often
they're
would you
region.
see Lori Vallow and her family?
Pretty pretty often. We would spend holidays together. We often vacationed together, and our children were close. so
DJ
they-
Robot.
It wouldn't be it wouldn't be.
DJ Robot would be
unordinary
like
to
perfect
see
right
each other
now.
every week.
Were you close with Lori Vallow's prior husband, Charles Vallow?
I was, yes.
Never mind.
Did you know other members of Melanie's sort of expanded family?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Alex Cox?
Yes, I did.
Who was he in relation to Melanie?
That would be her uncle.
So Lori's brother?
Correct, yes.
And before your divorce from Melanie, did you see Alex Cox often?
Not as often as Lori, but yes, I did see him.
Okay.
Usually at a family get-together.
Did you know anyone by the name of Chad Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you later become aware that Lori Vallow married a Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Can you try to describe for us the relationship between Melanie, your ex-wife, and her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I would say that
Interesting.
she looked at her as maybe more than an aunt, like closer to a mother figure. Her mother passed away when she was younger, and she let her hold a lot of influence in her life.
Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019,
Okay, so I'm trying to decide on what we should do. Okay, so we're gonna go through up until their lunch break, and then we'll end up finishing what we're doing, and then call it a night.
you notice Melanie spending a lot more time with Lori.
Maybe we'll decide
Sure.
when we get to that
Starting
point.
sort of the end of 2018
Now that I think about
through
it,
2019, did you notice Melanie spending more time with Lori?
Yes.
we're gonna need regen.
In 2019, did you start to notice issues with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did.
Without going
I
into
just,
what was said, did you ever speak with Charles Vallow about Lori Vallow interfering with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did. On a few occasions.
I want to talk to you about June 25th of 2019. Did that day stick out to you?
Yes, it does.
Why do you remember that date?
On June 25th of 2019, I had a long disagreement with my then wife. My grandfather had passed away suddenly of a heart attack a few days earlier, and she had told me she didn't want to go to his funeral, and that had led to the start of a disagreement that quickly changed and was very different than what I thought was going on.
Which I think is fairly normal to be a bit upset. Like you can't like actively hold that over their head and everything, but like have it being initially like, okay, well, I was really kind of hoping that you go with me, but okay, I guess I gotta do it myself. You know, I think that's pretty valid. It just kind of, I guess it depends on like how far you push with it.
I'm going to have you put your mic just a little closer to you.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So you said it started out as a conversation about going to
We're
your
struggling
grandmother's
here.
funeral.
Yes,
And then it
We just don't have winning
changed
conditions.
to something different.
it did, yes.
During this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, were you accused or told that you had been involved in doing some things to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I was, yes. This sticks out because it was so bizarre to me.
God damn it.
I was trying to talk to my wife about our relationship, and she was using different language that was confusing. She kept saying that she was going to reveal things about me, and it just didn't make sense. And then she accused me of hacking Lori's computer, which I knew I hadn't done, and I didn't know why it mattered to what we were talking about. So, that something like that sticks with you because it's just doesn't connect.
Do you know how to hack into other people's computers?
I do not.
So you're being
Damn.
accused of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer.
Damn him for not knowing.
Anything get raised during this conversation regarding your sexuality?
Yeah, it was a very long argument.
Wait. Why is this relevant? Hold on. I'm sorry.
Did anything get raised during this conversation regarding your sexuality?
Yeah, it was a very long.
All right, I'm gonna let the state cook. I'm gonna let the prosecutor cook.
It started in the afternoon and went past midnight, and as things kept escalating, more different allegations that didn't make any sense kept coming up, and one of those was that God had revealed to her that I was gay, and
I see.
Charles had told me that that Lori was trying to convince her of that, which I thought was so bizarre. Just
Okay, things are making a little bit more sense because remember, Lori was also plotted with Alex to kill Charles. So, like, that makes way more sense that Charles had approached Brandon, who was married to Lori's niece, and was like, hey, I know that your wife really looks up to my wife, being that it's her aunt and like a motherly figure almost. I don't think it's going to work out in your favor. You should probably say something to your wife if you don't want this to be a bad ending. It did feel out of nowhere, but now it makes sense because like that was Lori's way of discrediting Brandon, so that Melanie would end up leaving Brandon because Brandon and Charles were in works of getting Melanie's temple recommendation pulled.
didn't make any sense. I was married.
He's even like, I don't know where she's like, did your sexuality ever being brought up in this argument? And he's like, yeah, it was kind of weird. I don't know why she did this either. So yeah, it's like, damn, that's fucking wild.
So.
Whew. Okay, then.
Did you ever hear anything about allegations that you were trying to help Charles take Lori Vallow's temple recommend away?
It didn't come up in that specific argument, other than as a side mention of why I might have hacked a computer. But yes, I did hear those allegations.
I want to ask you, are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes, I am.
Were you and Melanie both practicing members?
We were, yes.
Was Lori Vallow and her family practicing members?
As far as I knew, yes.
When we talk about a temple recommend, what is that?
Inside of our faith, we try to set aside the temple to be a place
Probably a bad idea.
It's sacred. It's a place where you can be closer to God. And because you want it to be a sacred place, we try to live to a higher standard if we're going to go in there. You know, it's the idea of
No, we're good.
Trying to be more like the Savior's example and keeping promises or covenants that you make to him. And so in that process, most of us self-report to a bishop or an ecclesiastical leader and a stake president or a higher ecclesiastical leader, just to verify that you're doing your best to keep those promises. It's kind of a way to help you assess to decide if it's a place that you should go, or am I living in a way that I can go and feel good about trying to get closer to God in that space? And am I living in a way that sets it aside and makes it somewhere special, somewhere sacred?
Interesting. I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't really rely on religion that much, but at the same time, I understand that that's for a lot of that's for a good chunk of people, at least in the U.S. That's like where they're like the benefit comes from it. And like it has positive outcomes for most of those people.
Temple recommend is removed, who is a
Regardless
member
whether we
of the
agree
Church
with
of
their
Jesus Christ
beliefs
of
or
Latter-day
not.
Saints. Is that a really significant thing?
For most of us, we would feel like, personally, I would feel that way. It's something that is sacred to me and it is important. And so I would not want to lose that. It would be something that would reflect that I'm not doing a very good job of my goal to try to be more like my Savior.
Yeah, that tracks, because that would be that a temple recommendation getting pulled would be basically, yeah, like he kind of described it. I could understand why that would come off as very threatening to Melanie if Lori had any kind of validation or kind of grounding for that accusation. Which is where I think the gay stuff came into play a little bit there.
When you were having this argument, this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, what are you thinking?
It began with just frustration, which when I took a little time and was introverted and thought about it, I realized wasn't fair. If she didn't want to go to a grandfather's funeral, I recognized that.
Wow, good on him.
Feeling frustrated was something I should deal with myself, but not try to force someone else.
Hey, okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
And then it was just really painful because the rest of it just.
Well, yeah, because you're
there's a lot of frustration that comes from
come to terms with
at the end of it,
fact
for a divorce and demanding that we end our marriage. And
yeah.
I had 4 kids.
Blindsided.
This was going to change their entire world. It was going to change everything for my family.
God, that would be really unfortunate.
Having spoken with Melanie, feel that Lori Vallow was involved in some of these things that Melanie was telling you that was why your divorce should end?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. As you are listening to the things that Melanie was telling you that evening or afternoon into the evening of June 25th, did you believe that Lori Vallow had been involved in some of these ideas that were being told to you as to why your marriage should end?
Yeah, I mean, how else does her aunt's computer getting hacked even come up without Lori being involved? So I got pretty frustrated at one point, and I think I told her I'm going to take a break, and I texted Lori and Charles and tried to call both of them to discuss it with them because I wanted them to understand the gravity. This is my family. This is my kids. This changes the rest of their lives. It's not just whatever was going on for those two.
So you told us that you just mentioned that you actually sent a text message or a couple of text messages to Lori Vallow that evening?
Yes, I did.
Can you scoot just a little closer? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why did you text Lori Vallow that night?
Hope that she would have integrity, that she would respond and acknowledge that I didn't hack her computer. I don't know, honestly. Just hope, I was trying to find something to fix the problem.
So you felt strongly enough that Lori Vallow was involved in these ideas that Melanie was putting at you that you actually reached out to her?
Yes.
Amazing.
Your Honor, I've shown the defendant Exhibit 122. I could have my paralegal bring that up.
He was just shivering.
you to look at Exhibit 122. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those messages that you sent to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Do those relate to the allegations that were being told to you by Melanie that Lori had provided her?
Yes, they do.
And that was you trying to fix these things that were lies?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 122.
Any objection?
No objection.
122 is admitted.
And if I may publish. Okay. Brandon, just so we understand, when you were shot at on October 2nd of 2019, did you actually provide the police with your cell phone
I did, yes.
so they could download everything?
Yes.
And is this from your cell phone?
Yes.
So we see on June 25th of 2019 at 6:45 PM, the first message that you sent? And was this phone number, the 808 number, Lori Vallow's phone number?
Correct.
In the message, what did you tell Lori?
I told her that Melanie believed I helped to try to get her temporary recommend taken away, and that we both knew that it wasn't true. Do you want me to just read it?
Sure.
Lori, I sent this to Charles. I'm sending it to you as well. Charles, Melanie believes I helped you to try to get Lori's temple recommend taken away. You and I both know that's not true. She does not believe me. I wanted to send this to both you and Lori. If either of you care at all for me or my children, you'll come forward and be truthful. I've never done anything to hurt either of you. I can't believe you would lie.
God, this is
to her
such a
about
bad
something
run.
like this. I gave you a blessing when you're at your worst in my home. My children will be punished if my wife leaves me or can't
Right.
leave me when I have done nothing.
Right. I didn't even think about the fact of like something that is like really kind of important to keep in mind, in my opinion, is like that that like if so say Melanie did leave Brandon, that still looks bad on Brandon then, and doesn't really help Melanie either. Because yeah, it just doesn't really make sense to me, I guess.
This is on your heads to make it right.
So your initial thing was about that temple recommend because that was so important, right?
Yes.
But that was just one of the lies that had been told to you by Melanie.
Yes, and at this time I didn't know that she also believed that I was gay. That came after I had sent these texts.
Did you get a response after this first text?
No.
Do we see then a second text at 9:10 PM, same day, September 25th?
Yes.
What did you say then?
At least have the respect to talk to me to my face, not whispered behind my back. She believes you and you are lying. This is going to affect my children.
Okay.
I can understand why he'd be
then?
grumpy, but
No.
And a couple minutes later, did you send Lori another message?
I did.
What did you say then?
I will not stop until the truth is known. It says I didn't dip, but a typo. I didn't do the things you said, and because I know I did not, I will find a way to prove it.
okay, that's actually not bad for us.
Did Lori ever respond to any of those?
No.
Were you able to convince Melanie that these things that Lori had told her were not true?
No.
Would she listen to you about it?
after that evening, she would never spend time alone with me again. There's always someone else with us everywhere that we ever talked or communicated.
Damn.
Want to get divorced?
No,
Did you agree to a divorce?
I did.
How did you and Melanie
That sucks for him.
decide to go forward with the divorce?
We used
Need XP.
How does that work?
You have choices. You can either each get your own lawyer and they can help advocate for you through the process, or you can use a mediator. Those are the two, or you can do it yourselves without lawyers, I guess, as well. And as you go through that divorce process, you really discuss two key concepts: all of the money and the finance side, and then the children when you have children. And so a mediator is helpful in being able to help you understand what the law thinks if you both can't agree on something, and help you go through and think. It's a lot to think about. And you know, you're very I was very emotional going through that. And so they're helpful that they can kind of
There's someone just as bad.
make sure you're covering
Please,
your bases,
let's run.
thinking
Let's
about
ghost.
the future for your kids, thinking about what's fair in the financials.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot going on for that.
At that time,
On top of like
what
the
were
faith
ages
stuff.
of your kids? I know, I got to go back a few years. So in 2019,
9, Braxton would have been 9. And then I would have
Do
had
this.
a 5-year-old and a,
Oh,
what would Blake be, 2000? A 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
no momentos.
and you told us that you started to see a mediator sort of in July of 2019.
Yes,
Do you recall if it was the beginning, middle, or end of July?
beginning of July.
So really fairly quickly after you were confronted with these theories of you hacking Lori's computer and trying to take her Temple Recommend away.
Yeah.
As you went through a mediator, did you agree to have joint custody of your kids?
I did.
Did you and Melanie have a house at the time you were married?
We did, yes. And in the mediation, we agreed to sell it.
Now, prior to the sale of the house, did Melanie move somewhere else to live?
Yeah, we agreed that I would help her find a rental, which we did. And then our house was an expensive house. We were listing it at about $1 million. And so having those young kids inside of it while you're trying to have it show ready all the time.
That's gotta be
So we
difficult.
agreed we'd get a rental house where the kids would be able to stay so that they could just be kids and not have to try to live super, super clean. And I would stay in the house and just kind of live in it as a shell house till it sold.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when Melanie moved out?
July, around the 14th or so, I think. I'm not 100%. It's been 6
Mid-July?
years. Yeah, mid-July.
So the kids were living with Melanie in the rental house and you were staying in sort of the, I'll call it a community property house at this point. Do you recall when your house sold?
In September, I think we got it under contract, and at which point I started looking for a rental house, probably.
For yourself?
Right, because yeah, they're getting divorced.
So that we
Yeah.
could then do our joint 50-50 custody
Okay.
with our kids.
Did you find a house to rent?
I did.
And was that the 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you were looking for a residence, did you consider at all the location of Melanie's rental house?
Yeah, I tried to. We had agreed we would stay within a couple miles of each other so that it would be convenient for each of us. And I also
Which makes
tried
sense.
to move close to where I had before I had built the home that we had. I had lived in that same neighborhood, so I tried to move closely to a place my kids would be familiar.
Okay. Did you
Okay.
sign a lease for that 3875 East Phelps Street on September 13th of 2019?
Yes.
What was your plan in terms of when you were going to move into that new house versus staying in the community home?
I was going to stay in the community home until right before we finished everything up, so like the end of September, and then I would move over to the new house.
And when was the community house supposed to close?
October 1st.
Okay. And what was the mediation agreement for that money on October 1st? Who would get what?
It was going to be split between me and Melanie, and it was supposed to all go to one account, and then I would transfer the money over to her.
Okay, so what was the issue with that?
Did the plan ever change as to when you were going to move into the Phelps house?
Yes, I heard from Melanie that I had an option to get my kids early, which I was getting very limited time with my children.
So obviously he's going to take it.
You know, it's difficult going through transitions like that. So she had offered, she said she was going out of town and that I could have my kids early if I got the house early. And so I was excited, and I quickly changed my plans and made a quick move from the current house into the new house to get it ready, because when you have young kids, you have to kind of prepare. You can't just move them in. Everything needs to be kind of organized.
Right.
During the mediation, had
1000%,
you and Melanie come
yeah.
up with an agreement as to when each of you would have the children?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
Mondays and Tuesdays would be my days. Wednesdays and Thursdays would be her days. And then we would rotate weekends.
So weekends for you guys was Friday through Sunday?
Correct.
And then how would you hand off the children, and what would happen with your youngest?
I worked, so she would watch my youngest even on my days. And then handoffs would happen at school. If they were in school, we would just drop off and the other person would do the pickup. If they weren't in school, then it would be drop off at each other's houses.
Okay. So you said you worked.
Okay,
did
so they're
Melanie work?
pretty civil amongst each other.
So Melanie kind of just tells you she's going out of town on the 26th and offers the children to you. Do you recall about when you moved into now this residence on Phelps?
It's been a really long time. Shortly after, I think, that conversation, about a few days prior to when I got the kids. I think it took me a couple days to move in.
So you had the kids on the 26th.
I did, yeah.
How did you told us you had been planning to move in a little bit later. How did you get moved earlier, quicker? Did you have people help you? What'd you do?
My neighbors that lived across the street from me at the house that I was selling noticed that I was moving and offered to help. I just went and got a truck and decided to move. I was excited. I didn't tell anybody even. I just kind of
Yeah, because he's going to have an opportunity to get his kids a lot more.
Found out, and he brought another friend. So there's 4 people who helped me move, and they were the only people. I mean, I immediately had my kids after. They're the only people who even knew that I had moved. It was a very quick decision.
Now, you
I don't
told us
blame
that
him.
part of the agreement would be that you and Melanie would drop off the kids. At any time, did Melanie ask you for the address of your new residence?
Yes, she did.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, I did.
You think anything of it when she asked you that?
I mean, no, I did. I had said I would give her my address. Always, we had to drop each other the kids, so she had to know where I lived.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us that you hadn't told anyone else your address?
Yeah, it wasn't like out of secrecy. It just hadn't come up yet because it was so quick.
So Melanie knew your address,
Yes,
and then you said 2 of your neighbors helped you move,
correct.
so they knew your address. And then you said 1 of your friends helped you move?
And he brought another friend, so 2 of my friends knew where I lived.
Okay, so 5 people knew your address?
Yes.
Shown Defense Counsel 123, if I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Are those the text message between you and Melanie where where she asks you for your new address and you provide it to her?
They are.
And was that on September 17th of 2019?
It is.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 123.
But wait, was there the impression that Melanie gave that
State will move to publish.
he was withholding that or something? Or is it because like they knew where he would be at
You told us that
shortly
you
after
provided
moving?
your cell phone to the Gilbert Police Department on October 2nd. Is this from your phone?
Because I don't know what the time frame was between him
Melanie
moving and
texted you on September 17th.
getting
at 10 in the
trying to
morning.
attempt to
What's
kill
your
him.
new address?
That's correct.
And
This might have been like
a few
when
minutes later,
they were
27 minutes later, you
plotting,
provided her
maybe, I think.
3875 East Phelps.
Correct.
You told us your parents did not live in Arizona, right?
That's correct.
And at the time, really, you didn't have any family in Arizona. Did your neighbors that helped you move know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did your neighbors that helped you move know Alex Cox?
No.
How about
Why
your
would
friend
they?
that helped you move, the two people who helped you move with them? Did they know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did they know Alex Cox?
No.
Did you post your address on any LinkedIn or social media?
No.
I was hoping
So,
you'd be like, no, I didn't really have a chance to.
September 17th and on September 26th, when you got the kids,
I was
the
expecting at
only
least.
people that knew your address and knew Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, your then wife, Melanie Boudreau.
Yes.
I'm glad that they're able to link
So on
this.
September 26th, you're in your rental house on Phelps Street. You have your children with you. And is this sort of the first time you have been there with your kids?
Yes.
And this was over a weekend, correct?
Correct.
So you had your kids sort of that weekend of Saturday, the 27th and 28th. And then did you follow your normal schedule now of Monday and Tuesday having the kids?
Yes.
And then was October 2nd sort of Wednesday, October 2nd? And that would be the day you would normally exchange the
Correct.
children?
That was the first day that I would not have my kids.
Okay. And so on October 2nd would be the day that Melanie would now have control of the kids that evening?
Yes.
So I want to
Interesting.
talk a little bit about your schedule with your kids the morning of October 2nd.
Okay.
Can you tell us sort of what your general schedule was? What'd you get up and do with all the kids?
Yeah, it's been a long time. You know, my kids are different now, but back then, I would probably wake up an hour and a half early. Got to wake each kid up individually. Kind of, each of them has different needs. I think Breeze was still in diapers. Blake might have even still been in diapers. So you wake them up. You make sure that you get them cleaned up, changed. You feed them. Got to get 3 of the 4 of them dressed. They don't know how to dress themselves. So you got to give yourself time. So probably an hour and a half making food, getting kids ready, making sure everybody's good to go and prepared so that when you get within a short amount of time of school, you can get the 2 that are in elementary school there on time.
All right, so you said you had 2 that were in elementary school. Are they in the same school?
Yes,
And So that leaves 2 other kids.
Yes.
What did you do with the other 2 kids?
Blake was in like a pre-K preschool that was right by the new rental that we got Melanie, and then I dropped Breeze off at Melanie's. Well, she didn't want me to come to her house, so I would drop her off at the park, and then watch her run to her mom.
Okay. Do you recall
That's a weird
approximately when
statement,
you
though.
left
Because not
that
his
morning
fault,
to
but
start taking the kids to drop them off at their different locations? Let me ask you this. Do you recall approximately when the kids had to be at school?
7. I probably would have left at 7:30. They probably started at 7:50. That's
And were the schools you said close to your Phelps Street?
it was like probably a 5 or 10 minute drive, depending on if there was some traffic or not.
Okay. So who did you handle first? Where did you go first?
I'd always drop the 2 that were in elementary school first. That was on the way to their mom's house, so we would take those 2, drop them at their school, and then I would drive the rest of the way to their mom's house and at the park, and drop at the park right there by her house, and then I would go drop Blake at his school.
So on the morning of October 2nd, did you follow that same schedule and go to the park to drop off your youngest?
Yes.
And how would Melanie know that you were there?
I would text.
Okay.
okay. Makes sense.
Did you do that morning?
I did.
And then you said you
Okay.
wanted
So
to
she would know.
once you knew she was there, let your daughter go to her.
Yeah.
So would you visually see her and then
You would
let
be
your
going
youngest
to
go to her?
the
Of course, yeah.
house afterwards.
Show Defense Counsel Exhibit 124. Like that, my paralegal approach with that. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And are they from October 2nd of 2019 around 7:40 in the morning?
Yes.
And do they reflect you letting Melanie know that you were there with your youngest?
Yes.
State will move to admit 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
124 is admitted.
If I may publish. So do we see here on October 2nd at 7:40 in the morning, you sent a text message to Melanie saying pulling up,
Correct.
and then you received a message for her that she'd be there in a minute?
Yes.
Were you able to hand off your youngest to Melanie?
Yes.
Right, because she would probably go there to do that and not raise suspicion.
Did you go home after that?
I did not.
Did you tell Melanie where you were going after that?
No, you wouldn't have to.
Where did you go?
I went to the gym.
How long, well, let me ask you this. Where was the gym in relation to your Phelps house?
It was a couple minutes away. It was it was midway between her and my Phelps house.
Okay. And how long were you at the gym? About?
Hour and a half.
Can you tell us what kind of car you were driving back in October of 2019?
It was a black Tesla Model X.
Okay. Two-door or four-door?
Why Tesla?
Like an SUV.
How long had you had that Tesla?
A few years. I bought it, I want to say 3 or 4 years earlier.
I don't understand that, but
Melanie knew about that car?
Yes.
You had had it when you two were together,
Correct.
and you continued to have it as you were going through the divorce proceedings.
Correct.
And you drove that Tesla to that park when you exchanged your youngest.
Yes, I did.
I want to talk a little bit about Tesla vehicles. They're electric, right?
They are, yeah.
Do they drive a little different than gas cars?
They do, yes.
Can you tell us first about the acceleration?
When you're driving a Tesla, they have when you take your foot off the gas, they built in a system that makes it slow down, so it like brakes for you. So they call it one pedal driving, but so when you push it, it'll accelerate really fast because that's just how electric motors work. The torque's very quick, so you can go much quicker. And it also, when you take your foot off the gas, it'll slow down a lot quicker too if you leave that feature on. So it drives very different than a gas car. You don't use the brakes as much.
Okay. So if you take your foot completely off the acceleration pedal, it almost stops?
Yeah, it can be very abrupt. It can feel like hitting the brakes.
And so had you learned over those years how to kind of slow down by taking your foot slowly off that acceleration pedal?
Yeah, you drive different.
Did your Tesla have any type of technology built in to automatically open a garage door when you're within a certain range of it?
Yeah, it did. It had that exact feature. It was when it got in a certain range, it would just send a garage door signal and open it up.
Had you
Interesting.
programmed that feature
Fuck.
at the Phelps house?
I didn't know that was a thing.
If you put your Tesla into park, what would happen?
I used the feature where it would make the driver's side door just open automatically for you, so you didn't even have to reach over and open it.
Would it open all the way?
It would just slowly open. Sometimes it would open all the way. Sometimes it would open like a quarter of the way. There's like a sensor to make sure it doesn't hit stuff.
Okay. And so that was something you had programmed already, so every time you put your car in park, that would happen for you?
Yes.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the
That's kind of lame, but
driver's
okay.
door of your Tesla.
It's not that great a feature. It's definitely a male feature.
In a lot of cars, we see a metal frame that goes around the window. Did your Tesla have that?
No, they make the window seal up into the frame of the car, and so there's no top frame on the door itself, no metal top frame.
Shown defendant exhibit 25. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize what that photo is?
That's a photo of my car.
And does that show the door itself without the glass, but the frame of the door?
Yeah, does a really good job showing that.
State will move to admit exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
I don't know what she would object about.
Okay. So is this actually a picture of your vehicle from October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
And so we can see that there's no sort of metal frame around where the window would be, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is this actually your glass window right here?
Yes, I believe it fell out when I opened the door, or when I put my car in park.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that morning of October 2nd. You
It is
drop
a
off your
weird thing to have
youngest,
happen. I
with
gotta
Melanie.
say.
What did you said you went and dropped off your fourth child at sort of a day pre-K type of course,
Yeah.
and then you went to the gym.
Yes.
After you went to the gym, what did you do?
I drove back from the gym to my house.
Okay. What was your plan that morning?
My plan was to shower and go to work and meet with my business partners, and we had an owners meeting that day.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you turned into or onto Phelps Street that morning?
That morning, I made my usual left onto Phelps Street, and there's one house and then my house, and so it's not like you're driving you're coming through a turn, so you're not moving super fast, and there's not a lot of distance, so I don't really push the gas very hard. But I remember coming around the corner, kind of letting it almost kind of coast as I was waiting for it to catch the signal and send my my garage door up. And while I was doing that, I noticed a Jeep that was parked, and it was really awkward.
Why was it awkward?
Well, it was parked on top of the car that was normally there. So there's usually a van there, and it was just like parked nose to the van. And it was like, the back of it was almost blocking my driveway. It was parked so. You just wouldn't think
He's
anyone
very
would choose to
suspicious.
park like that,
Okay.
so it kinda stood out to you right as you came
I
around
can
that
see
corner.
what he
I
is
noticed it had a
meaning.
Texas plate. The other thing that was awkward about it was and no back tire, which Jeeps always have the back tire. That's like their thing. So all of
Right.
stood
Yeah,
out,
that would
right? I mean,
be.
you don't have a lot of time when you're coming around a corner like that, but all of that just like.
You're like, oh, that's kind of weird.
And I remember
Yeah,
thinking,
yeah.
my neighbor must know somebody from Texas.
Yeah, you would
I knew,
remember
but
having
yeah,
a pretty
because,
active
it's like,
thought
man,
about
they
that.
parked awkward, like that's a really.
These are all
crappy park
reasonable
job.
thoughts.
So that we understand, was the Jeep parked sort of the opposite way of traffic?
Yes,
Yeah, that's
And
not
so when you come
suspicious or
around the corner, You're
anything.
seeing the back of the Jeep.
correct.
And you said it was nose to nose with a white vehicle?
Yeah, I believe it's a van.
And was that a vehicle you had seen in the few days you had lived there?
Yeah, it had been parked there every day so far.
Okay. So you recognize that one. Was there a lot of other vehicles parked on the street?
No,
Just that Jeep right up to that one and on your driveway?
correct.
When you were coming in
Yeah, I'd make a mental note of all of that too if I were him.
and sort of slowing
I don't
down.
know how else you
what do you see
wouldn't,
happen?
or how you wouldn't.
So as I let the car kind of coast in, the back window pops up. I see a muzzle. I hear a bang. And your fight or flight kicks in at that point. So for me, I just immediately thought, and my window shattered. All of that happened in like the snap of a finger. And so I just immediately thought, someone's shooting at me because I saw a muzzle.
Yeah, I would
So
think the
hit
same
the
thing.
accelerator, and I just went straight. I no longer was planning on turning into my driveway to let the garage door trigger.
I'm
And
going to have
then,
you pull your mic just a little bit down again.
yeah, I'm sorry. I can lean forward. Could you hear all of that?
So let me go a little bit through it. So you said you saw the rear window open.
Yes.
Is that sort of the window that normally the tire would block from opening?
Yes.
Did you see any hands or anything pushing it open?
I can't say I did. The windows were dark, and I remember it lifting, and I remember seeing a muzzle.
Let's talk about the muzzle. Could you tell, was it a handgun muzzle, a rifle muzzle? What are we talking
It
about?
looked like a rifle or a long gun. Yes. Also, possibly like there was a silencer on it or a suppressor or something, because I remember the muzzle looked a little bit awkward at the end.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because they were trying to be
Have you
quiet about the shot.
Shotguns before?
Yes.
Have you shot rifles before?
Rifles and handguns and shotguns.
Did you grow up sort of shooting, hunting?
Yeah, my family hunts. I'm not a big hunter myself.
But you're familiar then with rifles and shotguns.
Yes.
Had you shot handguns before?
Yes.
So when you saw this, what did you think it was, the muzzle that you saw?
I mean, you had a very short window, but it looked like a rifle to me with maybe a suppressor or something on it.
Okay, so it was able to come out of the window
Okay, so that
enough
was the second
that it looked like a rifle to
Yes.
time we've heard that.
you. You said you heard something. Can you describe that for us?
It's a loud bang. It's gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of.
And you've heard gunshots before.
Lots of gunshots, yeah.
So you hear this and you recognize that as a gunshot.
Yes,
And you said then your window shattered?
correct.
Did you see a hole through your window?
No, which was confusing. So I was, all this stuff is happening quick. I'm sure I had some kind of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Fight or flight, but
Shock, some form of shock. I'm sure there's a little bit of that. But I remember the first thought I had was I need to call 911. Someone just shot at me. So that, and I remember my phone flying forward and backward because I was driving quickly and accelerating quickly. I remember getting my phone and calling 911 and just, I mean, you're like,
what you tell them other than
having a hard time
I
breathing,
got shot at,
just
officer?
feeling overwhelmed that somebody shot at me. And
I don't know what happened. I just got shot at. Yeah, that's
I think maybe because I was feeling a little guilty or something. I remember thinking like, oh, maybe, I mean, there's no bullet in my car. I don't see a bullet hole anywhere.
I'm just tripping.
Maybe they did. Maybe it wasn't a real gun. Maybe I'm overthinking this. You have a lot of thoughts going through your head.
Did you ever say maybe it was a paint gun?
Yes, I think I did.
Thinking now, have you seen a paint gun before?
Yeah, I've played paintball lots of times.
Does paint come out? And
Not as loud, and it marks stuff everywhere.
would it have left, in your experience, having fired paint guns, does it shoot out paint that you would then see?
Yeah, wherever it hits, it leaves a bunch. I mean, that's why it's called paintball.
Did you see any paint on your window?
No,
Were you thinking clearly at that point when you're thinking about that?
I think there's a lot of thoughts that go through your mind. It was a very stressful situation. I've never had someone shoot at me before.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to most people. I will say.
911, and you told us that you drove away from the area, right?
Yeah, I accelerated, went around a corner, and I parked by, there's a pool right there in the community. So I pulled over and parked next to the pool.
I want to show defense different maps of the area.
Okay, good. I love that she's about to show them exactly what they're referring to. Good, good, good. This is how you can tell that this is like an actual lawyer versus like Lori representing herself. Because of shit like this.
I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 1 and 3.
Super good example.
Can you look at those 2 exhibits and tell me if you recognize them as maps of the neighborhood, a closer up, as well as a further away map of your Phelps Street address and the streets around it?
Correct, yes, they are.
And those are sort of accurate maps of that whole area.
Yeah, I'd say they're accurate.
State would move to admit exhibits 1 and 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
1 and 3 are admitted. After you publish, let's recess.
Oh yeah, lunch break.
I'm going to start with 1. Actually, I think it's this way. When you were driving to your residence, I'll do it this way. We see here 3875 East Phelps Street. Is that your address at that
Yes.
time? And so it was 2 houses in.
Yeah.
When you were arriving back to your residence that morning of October 2nd, can you describe for us how you came in to the neighborhood?
I guess people probably can't see when I point. Huh? I would have gone up.
Let me pull out just a little bit.
I would have come around where the map kind of starts there. Yeah, where your pen was. If you go down to that corner, I would have come there off Fairview, come all the way up, gone up that street where your pen was, and gone. And that's the way that I came in, where your pen just traced.
So you went through this intersection and then you turned left here, and that's where you saw, as you turned that corner, that Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Did you notice if the Jeep had 2 or 4 doors?
2 doors.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the
It's
license plate?
interesting. She asked him that.
Were you able to get the license plate number?
I was not.
'Cause it shows that he like
After-
is fairly remembering. I do. You read my mind. I was gonna see if you wanted to. They're finishing up this a little bit and then going to lunch, and I think that that's where we're gonna probably just chill for the night on stuff. But yes, I do want to smoke. Do a longer stream tomorrow after I get laundry and stuff folded. This is we're gonna stream Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday this week. They got work. I'm loading up right now. Bunch of Keef shake. Into this. Because yeah, if I can get things planned out right and stay on track for tomorrow, we started an afternoon stream going through a lot of Lori Daybell stuff. Because they should have court, and so we'll have to pick up and catch up. So, all right, cheers.
The shooting. You told us that you sort of took off, and I'm putting Exhibit 3 up now. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So we see
Yeah, we'll pick up after the.
Phelps Street. Is that the same street we were talking about?
That is
You told us that you accelerated. Was it this direction on Phelps?
correct.
And what did you do when you got to this intersection?
Made a right on Cole, and you can see there's a pool right up there. I parked right there in front of that pool
Okay.
where that little walkway is, right on the,
So
Yeah.
you parked right near the pool here.
yeah, right where your pen tip was there, kind of by the E.
Were you on the phone with 911 prior to reaching that pool?
Yes, I was on the phone with 911, I think, as I got towards the end of Phelps Street.
Did you see the Jeep as you were there at the pool?
I did, yes.
And where did you see the Jeep go?
It came down Phelps Street, went north on Cole, then it made a right on Waite when it saw me, and then it continued down Waite and made a right down whatever that road is.
So they
There's
try
no
to
name
follow
on it.
him.
And then I lost it at that point. It went down Fairview, and if you go to the bottom of this, it actually exits out onto Pecos Road.
All I gotta do is go to the store and get a sports ball shirt for Wednesday. My work is all taking a half day. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've had, you know what? It's about time. I'll just say it. I'll just say it so you don't have to feel us. And after this, it's about damn time, but that's okay. You're just taking care of responsibilities. Hey, that's easy though.
So I knew where they had to have gone because the only way out of that neighborhood is to go down that Fairview Street drive and go around on Francis and, then go out onto Pecos.
Potentially call the
That's-
doctor.
That's what I told the police when I told them what happened. I told them that
Or finding a
exited out onto
doctor
Pecos.
to call.
So basically, the only 2 ways to get out of your neighborhood was either to go up Cole, where they would have had to go past you to get onto Fry, or to go south to Pecos Road
Correct.
through this neighborhood.
Yes.
We're going to do Amita.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess. We're going to resume at 1 p.m. please remember the admonition. Please be in the jury room ready to go at 1 p.m.
Okay. So yeah, let me put some music on. I just don't. Yeah, because they go for about another hour. What time is the next trial? Okay, so 12:15, 12:45 my time. Well, actually, we'll probably do that. And then play catch up on stuff. It'd be on their breaks and everything. I think that's probably doable. I just gotta not be up super late, you know? Which I think is doable. I don't have like a game that's like really wanting my attention at the moment. I'm still, my body is still on that whole like waking up early for things like work. Unfortunately. I pushed it back to 8:30 now instead of 6:30 in the morning, so that's nice. But it's still very much an issue of mine. Lately, I just been getting up, getting high, like smoking a bit, and then taking my ass back to bed after I smoke for like an hour. Which not that bad, but like that. If I don't go back to, if I don't like go chill back in bed, and maybe I still go back to sleep after like an hour or so, I just waking and baking, and then I like end up having to reset in the middle of the afternoon. It just doesn't work out well. It's just poor time usage. So. But at the same time, because I'm trying to decide if I want to watch a movie tonight or not. It's like, that sounds nice. One, I don't know what to watch, and two, my only two issues is like I don't know what to watch, and I don't know what time I should probably be responsible and go to bed. And by this point, yeah, like a 3-hour window, and even then, I don't know. I kind of I'm starting to get a headache. Probably just make food and go relax. And I haven't fully decided what to do yet. If I go chill in bed, I can't watch movies as easily. That's a major problem with that. I guess I could up in the living room if I borrow Bum's computer, but. Just doing it for my phone is just like hella awkward. So I'm like just streaming my phone screen to my TV. It's not that great. In theory, it would make sense, but like it's really kind of an inconvenience at times. And you think it wouldn't be as convenient? It's like, oh, I got a Samsung phone. Yeah, no, it doesn't really make. It just makes it a thing you can do. It doesn't make it any better. Hell, linking your phone to a Windows computer is better. So. I'll go to bed at a reasonable time so I can go live at a reasonable time and start bright and early on the Lori stuff. Start on YouTube till like afternoon something. Right, yeah. So like it's just like one of those things where it's like, cool, I would love to just not be like, there's moments where I'm like, man, I would love to just be able to like watch what I'm watching or do even like 30% of what I want to do or I do on my computer. Not at my desk, but like I figured out a way to play the Bazaar upstairs on Bum's laptop, but like even then I don't like doing that often because it's not my computer. And I want to like sign out of Steam and stuff like that for her. Cause she plays like fucking Ark and everything. And so it's just more difficult for her if I logged her out, you know? It's one of those things where it's like, that's why the Bazaar works, is because I don't have to sign out of that for her. Worry about that. Yeah, it definitely has its like downsides, and has been kind of annoying, but you know. People are off worse. Like you only got your phone, so I get it. So I could be off hella worse. Yeah, take my blessings, you know. I should have a little bit of. It just means that like I'm gonna treat myself to like a Surface or something at some point after the summer. Or figure out a way that I can watch stuff upstairs in the bedroom. That's ideally what I want. It's just to be able to like watch it in the bedroom without feeling like I have to lug a computer upstairs. I just watch a lot of YouTube, not it. Because that's one of the few things I can go from my computer to my phone and it not have that much of a lapse. Like I wish I would watch more Twitch streams if I could watch streams on my TV upstairs in the bedroom. But nope, it's mostly YouTube, so I find YouTube streams to watch at night. Been less. Just kind of unfortunate. Yeah, it's like one of those things where, like I said, I should be kind of grateful, to be honest. It's just like an observation where I'm like, man, is this how it is for some people? Like that's the reason why I set up Restream, and I've been kind of doing more, like, when I can, at least. Like tonight is a good example. When we're covering, like, I knew I was going to be covering only true crime and stuff. Streaming on YouTube as well is kind of hopefully the solution to that, of like making it easier for some people to watch streams and not always lose out on their streaks either. I need to start doing more. It's just unchecking my Twitch. I go to stream. That way motherfuckers don't lose their streaks. That's one thing that, like, I have to remind myself that people, like, take seriously. You know? Some people, like, appreciate that, I guess, more. Better way to, like, phrase it, maybe. Like, I'm glad that people take things like streaks pretty. Like, I appreciate them. It's something I need to work on doing a bit more of. Kind of thinking outside of myself. Being more aware of things. The barking is in the song. Well, it reminds me, I'm gonna have my brother-in-law's dog staying with us for a couple weeks. Brother-in-law has to go out of the country a couple of weeks. We get to hang out with the Mac. I'm hella excited for it. He's like one of the few dogs that I'm like excited. Cause he's like, he's well behaved. He not to worry. He's a bit more like a cat in the fact that he needs attention and stuff. Like he is, you know, he's a dog, obviously, but like he listens really well. But he's also like pretty responsive. Things. Fairly entertaining. Be nice to hang out, be able to having him around. It'll make Bump happier for a little bit. He's just substantially happier when we have a dog. We have a dog here. The house. But my landlord is kind of an asshole. I know. We're like, I've been swaying and like trying to persuade for that more than ever right now. Between the cat that has been randomly just kind of hanging out outside our house and stuff, and her making comments like being happier when there's a pet here. I know. It's not something I brought this up to her more than once. I just brought this up the other day, like a day ago. The problem is like my landlord, she doesn't want to ask our landlord if we can have one in the Humane Society. The Humane Society is like requiring that we get our landlord's approval to even like entertain the idea of seeing like a dog or a cat to adopt. So I know, I see, and that's the thing is like I have kind of pushed for that. I might do that because I think there still might be some young ones. That's actually not a terrible idea. But like a lot of the questioning and stuff, we just have to take it to like a vet. Then. Yes, now it's just budgeting for all that stuff like cat food and stuff. Which is not that big a deal. And like a dog would be a little bit more beneficial to her than a cat. I'm not saying that a cat wouldn't. I think a cat would. A pet to have around as company when I'm not around would be good for her. So, you know, it's like, especially since like I'm gaming more, I'm doing more on my, like, I'm like been on my computer a lot more as of recently, especially with it being summer. So. I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. I guess I just never thought about pulling the trigger with the neighbor thing. But it's because I've dragged in the past. I've dragged my feet. I really should have like the boy. I should have like not dragged my feet on the boy, because I think the boy could have been mine had I not dragged my feet on him. I mean, being like, oh yeah, we should get him. Yeah. I'm working on it. Yeah, I'd have to get something that I could trust would go back and forth between the floors too. But that's like more of a training thing, I think. It would come down to more than anything. I'd want, if we got a cat, I'd want the cat to want to, you know, come down here sometimes, hang out while I'm down here. That's me being optimistic with a cat, but you know. So we'll see. No, I know, and that's what I'm saying. Is that's why I say it's like that's just me being hopeful. And well, you know, that'd be nice, but not like definitely not an easy guarantee by any means. Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll bring up the neighbor thing to bump tomorrow. That is a solid idea. Yeah, you're right. It's been like such a long. It's been like 5 years, I think, or something, close to, since I've had like a cat or like a pet myself. Makes me nervous. True. All this stuff. It's a treat every time I go to my parents. Lily greets me at the door and rubs all over me when I pick him up. Yeah, because he misses you. The treat is just a definite plus, or it just gets him more hyped about it. Okay, so the house door is done. I'm just very neurotic too at times. Of course. And that's why he gets excited to see you. Exactly what. Oh shit, mom's here. Let's fucking go. No, probably more enthusiastic than that. I'm just using like a flat tone. My bad. I'm like stoned and focused, I guess. The reason behind that. Ah, there it is. Like, what am I missing over here? Besides the need affection all the time. Well, yeah, but there's some dogs that need that. You know? My brother-in-law's dog, like, he will be attached to your hip. He's fucking fantastic, but he will be very much attached to your hip and like glued to you. He does it when I go upstairs. He does it when Bump's up there. He doesn't like get upset when you walk or you leave. He will glue to you when he sees you, and he can glue to you. I'm fine with it. I get it. Let's do his name. Lets me do his nails with no issue. I can't wait to get. Yes, I know. That's gonna be so exciting. Be reunited with your boy. Reunited and it feels so good. You know, sit in both paws, lay down, spin, twirl. Okay. They're pretty. I love that though. That's like, it means that you trained your cat super well, which I love and envious of. We'll see how that goes. Oh, fuck. I didn't know I could use this one. What the fuck? I thought I would have made this, especially this. It's like my favorite attachment. Nozzle. Down. If you use it the right distance, you can just get a nice solid long. Look at that. That's a no extension. I love that though. Like I said, that just shows good training. Shows he learn. He listens well. Which I mean, like that's the nice thing about with Mac is he has really good. He was really trained really well. By my brother-in-law, you know, he's the one that trained him. And he did a really good job. So. Ends up being like a really good, you know, company to have around when he stays with us. And he keeps Bump pretty happy in the meantime too. I really should. I'll sit here and try to get this all done in a small bit of time that I'm doing power wash tonight. I gotta do the cocoon last. That's the major thing. Which is why I have it highlighted. I cannot miss it. I want to make it worth the one go. So I did the washroom. I redid the washroom last night. I wanted the achievement. Okay. This whole area. There we go. I like to make sure it's pulling the stuff off. I'm not missing too much. Sometimes I do miss stuff. Especially when this is such a big area. Make sure I'm covering. All this shit over here. Mostly want to just finish up this top part, so I'm back up here. You know, it just makes more sense to do it this way. Make sure I'm like... getting all this shit back over here. Almost. Almost done with it. Thank God. A movie I haven't seen in a while. I'll have to probably renew my Disney Plus at least for it. Is the Lizzie McGuire movie. I don't know the last time that I've watched that. I'm like sitting here and I'm like, man, what was the last thing I was like, man, what do I remember of like Hilary Duff as an actress? Because I'm like, okay, I know I've recently seen a couple of Amanda Bynes movies, right? I'm like, what about Hilary Duff? And it's like, oh right, Lizzie McGuire. I was like, all right, she did a movie. Maybe, like I said, I had to renew my Disney Plus for it, I think. Maybe here this week. You could watch it. I'm gonna need some nostalgic feels good this week at some point. Even if it's solo gathered. Because yeah. There's just a lot going on. Maybe we'll go through some like Disney movies, like some of the like Disney ones. Maybe, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed. The thing is like I have my Hulu on pause, and my Hulu has Disney Plus with it. I'm like unfortunately stuck with like ESPN as well right now. But, like I have like the trio thing. So it's not that big a deal. I just have to unpause it. That's all. It's just something that like Bump and I don't use Hulu or Disney Plus that much. She loves Disney Plus because of some of the like animal shows and stuff. I love The Simpsons on there. I will throw that shit on and just it's a comfort show for sure. Like it's not like I won't renew it at some point. It's just a recollection that I made of like, oh shit, I might have to renew that if I want to watch it. Which is fine. No biggie. Truthfully. Me being stingy a little bit. That's all. I do appreciate the offer though. Which is not a terrible thing for me to go do because then I can watch it. If I unpause my Hulu and stuff, I can unwatch, or I can rewatch a lot of shit upstairs versus on my computer. Because doing it outside of a computer, like on like a TV device, makes me fucking paranoid. That they're gonna be like, this isn't in the same address and area, so you need to, you know, it's like you gotta pay extra or we're gonna immediately shut down your account. I don't want that to happen to somebody. You know? Because Netflix did that kind of shit. Not the reason why I don't have access to Netflix. But it is also the reason why I don't have it anymore. I used to be obsessed with that movie. I even had a soundtrack. I think that there's some good movies that came out of the fucking 2000s Disney era. Johnny Tsunami, Luck of the Irish, Smart Home. There's just like a lot that like still stick out in my brain to this day. Read that message and the message is in the wrong order for sure. Hobby. Well, so you can watch that shit tonight. I should just unpause my shit. Oh, bro. Guess I can get this part over here in this under part. Where we call it a night. You know what, though? At least I think we'll have herds tomorrow around and stuff. My tummy's starting to rumble something fierce. I'll still have to do the top of the mushroom, I think. Let's see here. Yup. That's what I thought. Or we can go up one more. Okay. Let me. I was gonna say, let me finish up this whole top part, but then we can smoke. But I also remember it was like, oh yeah, we're probably not gonna be finish this whole thing. We are. No. Power wash does this to me. Specifically. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna play a bit more Hitman here in the coming weeks. Oh, because they have some events going. Week or two, I'm gonna try the elusive target thing, I think. It'll probably be on stream at some point too. So far I've been doing them off stream because they haven't been that difficult. And they're just like things I gotta like do a couple times. One was like shoot 4 beach balls. You'll find them all. It wasn't that entertaining because it was just me looking around, running around the map, looking for fucking beach balls. That 2 of them I missed that were in like plain sight. Pretty sure I finished all the ones I needed to do. Yeah, it's it's mostly because they have like different. It's like most of them are like the bend at like 47 or whatever. That was one where it was like, oh, you can get a shoe that works as a melee weapon. Okay. And it's like, okay, cool. That's great and all, but like, do I need that? And it's like, yeah, kinda. I really want it. Because it's kind of funny when I'm not playing freelancer. I was like, oh, I guess there's like small bits of purple I still need to work on. But there's whole ass sections. right. Nah. Okay. It's like same with the yellow. Oh, okay, good. Sorry, I'm hyper focused on this now. I don't, unfortunately. Okay, I do need to stop for a second so we can smoke. That should be one thing I can break for showing live. Have the ability to stop for a smoke break. Like, must clean this section. I need it to light up for me. Tell me I'm done with it. I was like, what am I missing? I can see sections. All right. Yes, I did earlier today, but I should double check before I go to bed to see if I can double log. Be done with this sooner. Make ramen or something. I'm not going to assume that Bump made dinner. Okay. Ah! Okay, let me do this. Okay. I need to drink water and we can smoke. Okay. I need to make sure I drink water. Okay, one more tiny nug. That'll work. Okay. I need to play party animals at some point so we can do the cabin stuff. I need to go look at the costume machine and stuff in there and some shit. My list of people to play party animals with is dwindling very fast, and not a bad thing though. Some people are just because I didn't realize it until I was looking today. I was like, man, what kind of stuff have they added? Which they added a Raven character, by the way. All right, I'm ready to cheers whenever. When you're ready. Let's finish this up. We're almost done. We finished the top stuff and then double check everything before the cocoon. then, moment when you forget about all the nooks and crannies on this fucking thing. Different spots you have to check. Let's see. Videos to watch after power washing. You like the last bit. Fuckers are being loud. Fuck. We get a whole part. Oh, okay. There should be one more. There's a good chunk over. Ah. Try to be slick about it. Like cool jumping like that. Really not actually that cool. So nothing. Okay, and then it's bridge post. Jump onto the butterfly statue, and I made it. Go. Oh. Bridge lantern. Fungal platform. Definitely didn't get. All right, caterpillar cocoon. Okay. I just had to get a slightly angle for some. Guess I could probably do it from here. Maybe. Damn it. There we go. Fuck yes. A little achievement. Worth it. Now, tomorrow we'll do mad tea party. Okay. Who's alive? You're still alive? I knew it. Okay. Yeah. I haven't sent some love over to Luxor and put some time. But he's the man we met through SCP Foundation. And yeah. Go show over there. Love your face too. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water, get plenty of sleep, eat something. You as well, take care of yourself, Solar. Alright, go show Lux some love. Go follow. Go say hi. Okay? Super fun. Apparently gift subs are on sale right now, so go have fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow afternoon. Probably around like 1 o'clock Central. So start kind of early if I possibly can. So alright, love your faces. See you guys tomorrow.